Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. Yes, my voice is being picked up. I think we're good to go. We can do the thing. Hold on. Let me see if it's all up and running. I can't remember if I adjusted my stream or not. Apologize for the echo. Give me a hot second here. Make sure everything's all hot and running good. Because God forbid it isn't. Oh no, I'd be so upset. Where's the thing? Yeah, it looks like it's fine. It looks like we're good. 04 is the game we're playing. Yes, okay. I think we're good. I don't know why I didn't think things would work out right now. But okay, no, they're working fine. And just let me adjust a few layout things, and then we will be G2G. Throw that over there. Where do I want to put the audio mixer? I'm just recently getting in the habit of having my audio mixer displayed while I'm streaming, and I think that's a good idea. Also, I replaced my R button. Let's go. Okay, 04. Throw that on there. Oh, also, I gotta pin that to the top. 1 second. Everything's getting sorted out. Everything's getting all good. Yep. Yo, Riley! Welcome in! You are right in time for the start of the show! Yo! Hey, how you doing? Alright, 04. I'm gonna do a little warm-up. This is not where I want to warm up, actually. I do want to do a little warm-up before I get into the game. So, give me a second to do that. Then we'll get right to it. And I do have my audio up here. 1 second. So excited! What are you excited about? Yo, share the excitement! Get us hyped too! Let us know. Let's see, which file was it? Let's do this one. Saw Raymond's new waiting animation on the new remake. Yo! Hey, that sounds cool! Yo, you excited for the remake? Does it look good so far? The waiting animation? I mean, the waiting animation is one thing. Have you seen anything else from the game yet? If so, I hope it's hype. I hope it's awesome. I hope it's doing good things. Hope it's getting you excited. I can relate. Not in terms of Rayman necessarily, but in terms of Mega Man, you know? Getting a lot of cool new news lately about the newest Mega Man game, the newest Dual Override. We're getting new gameplay footage, we're getting new trailers, we're getting new news about it. Yeah, really cool time. Really cool time. Rayman Legends is my least favorite Rayman game, but I still enjoy it. This remake looks cool. Nice! That's what it's all about, man. I know, dude. You gotta have those things that get you excited. That get you pumped. It's awesome to have things to look forward to. It really is. Whether it be a new piece of gaming news, or just a package that you're waiting for in the mail. Something really cool. That's what it's all about, man. I think, there's a saying. Can't remember what it was. Can't remember, though. Will you quick history of why it's so amazing this game's coming out? Please do! Yes, enlighten me with all your intellect, Riley. While I get things sorted out for warm-ups here. Let's do him first. Nice. Nani? I kind of want to turn this up a bit, but I don't want to get my ears blasted out by redeems. I'm just going to assume that it's not going to happen. My ears will not be blown out by redeems, and everything will go hunky-dory. Let's see. That's one, yes. Okay, again, warming up here. We are not in the endgame, necessarily. We're just practicing an endgame. Oh, he's going all the way. Nice. Whew. 印どうだい Oh, he never had a chance. Heck yeah. That's how it should go. That's how it should be all day, every day. We're making things happen. Dang, we are revving up here. Gotta love it. Oh, yo. We got the explanation. We got the intellect of Riley coming down forth for our enlightenment. You gotta love it. Rayman 1 came out in 1995. Ray 2 was 1999. Ray 3 was 2003. All three games were praised. Then for 8 years silence from Rayman. We got a cheap game here and there for phones and Game Boy here and there in those 8 years, but no. Oh no, sorry. I'm not doing well. Oh, ads. Okay, I'll wait. Oh, not that. Yoink. Oh, ads over! Heck yeah! Haha! And then another period of silence for 13 years, then they got this whole new generation of Rayman fans and they abandoned it when it was doing so well. So what that brings us to today. They released the Rayman 30th Anniversary Collection, which is a re-release of the first game, and the official Rayman account started posting again for the first time since 2014. Oh wow, that's a long time. It's over 12 years, that's crazy. Yo, nice though. A lot of that sounds like the story with Mega Man, honestly, you know? Like really good games, and then a big gap, and then it comes back, and it's nothing but hype. Yo, that's awesome. I know, I've heard a lot of good things about the Rayman games. I've heard that, like, you know, they're like top tier, honestly. But yeah, it's been a while since we've heard anything from it. So it's really cool that it's just now picking up again. That's awesome. I hope it keeps thriving, and I hope it makes a future in which games can be consistent, and just... yeah, they work out and they keep being good. Because that's the big thing. If they're not good, if the games aren't good, then it kind of doesn't really even matter. You know, like, far and beyond, like, a consistent future for it. I mean, you want the games to be good. You don't want them to be, like, you know, dragging their feet, not doing a good job on their stuff. Yeah, that's what it's all about. So that's where the priority should be, and I hope that they do realize that when they make it. That's awesome, though. I'm happy for you. GG's, man. Let's see. And at Gamescom, they had this huge Rayman statue. It's huge. Yo, nice. And a couple months ago, they showed the trailer for Rayman Legends Retold. And it's wild to me and my buddies have been going all hog wild. Nice, man. Yo, good. Hey, it's awesome that you got that, it's awesome that you got that passion for it. You know? 'Cause that's what we need more of. It's good when people have passion. People need to have passion for this stuff. They need to vent their love. Really? Right? Why would you go right? Okay, that's cool. Jerk. And this remake is trippy. Oh, triple A. Oh, triple A. Oh, cool. Heck yeah. Yeah, that should help things. Well, that at least is sure it has a budget behind it. And from there, I think, you know, things are more inclined to go well than not. Good stuff. But yeah, kind of a similar thing going on with Mega Man. Mega Man's kind of had more of a short stick, honestly. More of a bad rep, you know, with a lot of gaps. Hold on, not get that right, unfortunately. Damn, got one hit off. But yeah, Mega Man went through a dark ages for a good 9 years. Then Mega Man 11 finally came out. Then Mega Man 11 eventually came out, but then nothing happened again for a good 8 years. And next year will mark the 9th year, and then Dual Override will apparently come out. But that'll make another 9 years, which you know, I hope stuff keeps happening with it. I hope it's not like we're only going to get one Mega Man game per generation. So that'd be kind of sad. I feel like those are the kinds of games that would benefit from more consistently frequent installments. If it's done right, anyway. One of the things I love about Rayman is Rayman himself. He's a hero and a very unique one. He's super sleepy and lazy in most Rayman games. Open with him sleeping, and he loves to dance. He always dances at the end of levels. Sounds like Kirby. Maybe that's where they got it from. That's awesome, though. Gotta love them happy and peppy heroes. Good upbeat energy, even you energy in the process. That's the vibe, man. I had discipline. Yeah, let's roll with it. See what happens. Okay. That was a thing. I am a little concerned, but we'll roll with it. Okay. Here's where the real warm-ups take place. Super Goofy. He's made to be goofy because in the story he was created by Attila the Fairy when she was captured by nightmares. Nightmares where the bad guys come from, and with the last of her energy she created a savior to save her and everyone, but she only had enough energy to give him the essentials, so he has no arms, legs, or neck. Because of that, she gave him a funny bone. Ha! That's good. That's good. It's cool when there's some whimsy behind it, you know? It's like, because he is a goofy-looking character. But yeah, you find out there's a whimsical backstory for it, and I think that's cool. Made to be silly, so that nightmares are less likely to happen. In fact, his most powerful attack is his silly face sticking his tongue out. It's a huge plot point in Rayman 3. Ha! That's good. That's good. Yo. The backstory. All the whimsy. I like that, though. It's quite obvious that the games are not really trying to take themselves very seriously, but there's almost like a parody to it, isn't there? There's like a parody to it in how, you know, it's not meant to be taken seriously, but that message itself is kind of serious. Oh, I like this. This is free now. Oh. Or so I thought. Never mind. You don't need it all. Nice. It's obvious that what isn't taken seriously, right, Rayman? Yeah, I was saying that, I think it's neat. Well, you know, Rayman isn't really meant to be taken seriously because he's, you know, kind of a wacky character. But I think, like, that, you know, what you're saying about him kind of, like, you know, like making it so that the nightmares wouldn't appear because he's so, you know, like silly. I think that's like a message in itself, you know? I think that's a message in itself to, like, you know, that's a good way to fight a lot of toxicity in the world, a lot of, like, toxic attitudes and whatnot, is to just, you know, laugh it off, don't try to take it too seriously. But yeah, kind of like, you know, you gotta have some whimsy. You gotta not be so serious. Sometimes it's warranted, but I think it would behoove a lot of us to realize that most, you know, a lot of it's, you know, there's a lot of, like, really bad stuff in the world, but I think the majority of it is also just silly. You know, I think it would behoove us to recognize more of, like, the whimsy, like the, you know, the harmless kind of whimsy behind it instead of thinking it's, like, bad, you know, that kind of thing. Also, these warm-ups are not going good. It's funny because Raymond is the strongest being in the games, and one of the games, final boss dances and Rayman joins in, then the boss starts, because Rayman got in the zone. Yeah, I know. What do you think would happen if we responded like that in the face of a lot of, like, craziness too? I kind of want to say, like, that's how we should be a lot of times, you know, just laughing it off, dancing it off. Not letting it get to us. Or rather, letting it get to us in a really healthy way to where we can just, dance in the face of it. And he does it again, and Rayman does the knee dance with the hands of the knees, switching. Oh, that hurt. Switching even though he has no knees. Ha! That's good. Oops. Okay, so much for that. Oh, yo, Shag! Hey, how's it going, man? Yo, you taking it easy? You enjoying a good Thursday? Preparing for Friday? Thursday's kind of like the mini Friday because, you know, you can bask in the radiance, you bask in the expectation and the anticipation of what's to come. Or it's like, you know, if Friday is great because, you know, we know that a day off is coming and we can kind of, like, enjoy that, then Thursday is great because we can bask in the anticipation of the anticipation day. You know? Something like that anyway. By the way, I don't know if you read this or not, so I'll retype the 30th anniversary edition. The opening logo, Rayman is asleep on the Ubisoft logo. Then he had to wake him, and he had to wake him up to start the game. The new Rayman waiting animation. Saw today is him falling asleep while standing. Then he wakes up, and his hair looks like he slept on it. Cool. Nice. Yeah, Riley, it's cool to hear that they're preserving those games in the same spirit in which people love them for. I think it's great. Sleepy? Oh, you too, huh? Dang it. Okay. That was messy. Okay, well, you guys, hope you're relaxing, hope you're chilling, but not too much to where maybe you can't get stuff done. But it's probably, if it's evening for you, then you deserve it. Good stuff. Okay, I'm warming up, by the way. It's kind of a long warm-up, but I think it's warranted. I am glad I am warming up, though. There was a tech that I discovered a few minutes ago that I can see myself using into good advantage. Dang it. Okay, I got that off. That's right, I don't do that either. Yeah, this is why you warm up. I totally forgot that you couldn't shoot him when he's rising up. It doesn't work out. Eh. Yeah, you're out. 3 strikes, you're out. And it's 1, 2, 3 strikes, you're out. And the old Skybane. Okay. Oh, I hope the job interview goes well, Riley. Good luck with that, man. Oh, and last week they announced they're re-releasing another Rayman game. Oh, cool! They're putting lots of exposure here, and it seems that they got a new Rayman comic coming out, and they have a 10-year merch deal for Rayman brand. Oh, wow. Man, sounds like they're really revving up then. Yo, that's good. That's good. I hope they do the same with Mega Man. It looks like they're doing the same with Mega Man. I only hope that they keep it going, and it doesn't, like, stop abruptly. Like, you know, the last thing I want is for, like, the 40th anniversary to go away, and, you know, they release a game, and it's a good game. They release a lot of merch and stuff, but then they stop, and then they don't do something else until, like, 5 to 10 years later on. I hope it doesn't fall into that. I hope they have a plan for the future, and it actually pulls through. Because I feel like a lot of plans have been made with Mega Man over the years, and not all of them come through. Or like they say a lot of plans are going to happen, and they just actually don't have that much stuff in the back burner. But we'll see. Also, I want to turn this up a tad. There. Hope it doesn't blow up my eardrums. Ooh, nice shot, man. Always felt Mega Man was one of the big gaming icons, but it's honestly because I grew up playing mostly NES and Game Boy. So maybe I thought that because of what I played. Yeah, you know, if you grew up with Mega Man in the golden age of Mega Man, then I think that's a valid assumption, you know, because they were doing so much with it back in the day. Now they're not. I mean, Mega Man 11 came out 9 years ago. He was in Smash Bros. He's had other cameos too. But, yeah, all that stuff has been so sporadic. You know, like, there hasn't been anything really consistently done with him. You know, like, we get, like, sporadic news here and there, sporadic games here and there, but it's all so sporadic. You know, so sporadic that it doesn't seem like they ever have a real plan for him. Or at least not lately, not within the last, like, 15 years. Because from my perspective as a kid, there was 6 whole Mega Man games on NES more than Mario. Yeah, and a lot of those games... Yo, Shag, with the streak? Holy crap, man. Thank you, man. Yo, hey, appreciate you. Yo. Shag, thank you. Dang, I'm always so impressed by your guys' streaks. Like, it never stops being impressive to me. Because it's like, I stream a lot. I stream a lot, and I stream so much that I feel like it's not realistic at all to expect people to have constant streaks. You know, like, it's like, it's a little too much sometimes, I feel, for a number of people. But, like you know, I am constantly impressed when I see someone, like, retaining a streak like that. It's like, holy crap, how? How are you doing that? Oh, which file am I overriding here? Dang, I can't remember which file. 33, 833, 819. You know what? I might have to do a little research into these files. Because I recently made... all those have that have 11 at the far right. Those might be some of my backup files. Because I have practice files to practice my playthroughs. Which ones are those, though? I think this is it. Yeah. It should be. But yeah, Yeah. Well, I guess I said all I need to say there. I'm just really impressed by streaks. Especially when they're my streaks, because I stream a lot. It doesn't make sense for me that people can watch as many as they do. As what were you saying about my comment on 6 Mega Man games? Oh, I held off on commenting on that, Riley, because of the ads, but I can comment on that now. Yeah, I mean, yeah, that was a product of the time for sure. You know, you got to consider, of course, that those games were really spread across the NES's life cycle, to the point where some of those games were coming out even after the NES life cycle. Like Mega Man 6, Mega Man, yeah, 6 at least, maybe 5 as well. Those came out well after, you know, well during the time that that the SNES was thriving. So, yeah, there was a definite time. I mean, you know, and it all kind of started with Mega Man 2. When Mega Man 2 came out, it was like the best-selling NES, or one of the best-selling NES games out at the time, and it continued like that for years. You know, like it took a long time for that one to be dethroned as the top-selling Mega Man game, and even like you know, like that game sold like 2 million copies, I think, back in the day. And it really set a precedent. It really set a pattern for the series to really thrive. And, you know, like, it was a cue for Capcom to just keep on pumping out those games, like, time after time, because that one sold so well. And a lot of times it came at the expense of quality. You know, like, they started pumping out those games, because like, Mega Man 2 wasn't a really big game. It was, in theory, really easy to replicate, you know, really easy to make games like that. And because, you know, it was short, it didn't have a whole lot, you know, technical prowess going for it. Yeah, it wasn't that advanced. It was something they could pump out. You know, Mega Man games were games they could pump out in a few months at a time. So, you know, and that's exactly what they did. So, you know, it resulted in the franchise being really healthy, like getting tons of games over the years. And then that, of course, led to the various spin-offs. I mean, then we got the X series, then we got Battle Network, Zero, of course, you know, ZX, so on and so forth. And that further, and generally we were getting like a new Mega Man series per each console. You know, for each console that came out. For a long time. I mean, you know, the X series was came out with the SNES, and then, you know, Zero was GBA, Battle Network was GBA, Star Force came on DS, ZX also was DS. There were times, you know, in like the golden age where we'd be getting 2 series per console, and that was where it was really crazy. But yeah, I mean, because the series, because the franchise got so many offshoots, and so many iconic offshoots that everyone was fond of, and which, you know, many of those sold quite well, yeah, it really did kind of seem that Mega Man was the mascot of Capcom for a long time. And they even said that at times. Like, back in the day, they totally even said that Mega Man was their mascot, and everyone thought that during the time. But, you know, time went on, and then what really kind of put the nail in the coffin, literally, was the cancellation of Legends 3. 2011 was, in general, a really bad year for Capcom. Like, nobody knew what the crap they were doing. They were doing all sorts of weird stuff with their games, you know, like, it was kind of an insane time where they didn't really have a whole lot of direction. Or like their direction was wacky at any rate. And that's kind of where the nail, you know, things started going south. The things really, well, it's not even it's like things happened overnight. Like, the series kind of tanked overnight with the cancellation of Legends 3, because that was the trigger for the cancellation of every other sequel to follow. It wasn't just Legends 3 that was canceled. We later found out that Star Force 4 was canceled, ZX4 was canceled, Maverick Hunter was canceled. That was like a spin-off X game. Basically, every single Mega Man series had a sequel in the works at that time, and they were all canceled. just one right after another after Legends 3. And that's when the series really died, I think. And really, it really became, like, hit home that Capcom was not really invested in it anymore. And it really kind of happened after Inafune left, honestly. Inafune was, for all intents and purposes, the father of Mega Man. He spearheaded so many of the Mega Man series during the Golden Age. Then when he left Capcom, Legends 3 was canceled, and so many other Mega Man series were canceled too. And it really set the stage for just a lot of, inactivity and stagnation in the franchise, to the point where you couldn't really say at all that Mega Man was the Capcom's main guy anymore, because like 9 years from there came and went, we didn't get any Mega Man games. In fact, we got negative Mega Man games. Like the games that were coming, that were going to come out, were canceled. There were like a good, I want to say 5, 6, 7 games that were canceled after Legends 3, and it was legit insane. So yeah, but it all kind of like it's in that 9 years, people grow up, a new generation follows, and that new generation, they don't know, they're not as into Mega Man anymore, because there are not any games coming out for them to get into. I mean, it kind of helps that the games are being they're getting collections and whatnot, and they're, like, Capcom is frequently making the games accessible, like the older games anyway. So I mean, there are plenty of avenues for the new people to try out the older games, but usually they'll find that they don't have the modern quality of life game mechanics that they're used to from older games. So it gets it's a little bit of a struggle for them to get into it. But 11 was a good entry point for them, I think. But then again, 9 years came and went from there too, and then that generation moves on. And the problem of only putting out one Mega Man game per generation is that it doesn't leave a lasting impression in the gamers, in that generation. I mean, when you, like, one game is not enough to really get them, it's generally not enough anyway to leave a lasting impression that keeps them interested in it, keeps them invested in it. I think it's only when the series is maintained and there are a constant flow of games that people, they can renew interest and get new fans excited and invested in it, you know what I mean? What are we saying? But yeah, for such a Rush series, they're very good quality. Yeah, it's a mixed bag, honestly. I mean, there have been like I think 150 Mega Man games out here, like easy 150 plus. So whenever you have that many games, it's not all of them are going to be great. But I think that for all intents and purposes, like the ones most well known are, they got a good reputation for themselves. Like the mainline classic series is great. Those are pretty consistent quality. And then the X series also. A lot of people love the X series for just what they do, what it did in its own right. And yeah, it's but yeah, I mean, just speaking for myself, I loved the flow back in the day. You saw a lot of people back in the day saying that the series is oversaturated and they need to take a break. And I felt like that was kind of true, because there were a lot of games coming out, a little too many for you to keep track of. But while I think that there needed to be a break, I did not think there needed to be a death. Like what Capcom did after Legends 3 was canceled, they didn't just straight up take a break. They legit just killed the franchise for a long time, and it was not fun. That's interesting. Kind of reminds me of Rayman. The creator of Rayman is now retired, and the original Rayman team isn't around anymore, so a whole new team is doing this new Rayman remake, likely to do the other games if they do others. It depends if this remake game sells well or not, which it won't, because Rayman games are so artsy. I feel I'll always be niche, and Ubisoft isn't very good at marketing like Mega Man. Oh, I don't think Capcom is very good at... Well, I guess they can be okay at marketing their games. But, Yeah, a lot of that same thing like applies to Mega Man as well. I mean, you know, when Inafune left, they didn't really have anyone to take over the franchise. So it took a legit 9 years for them to get Kazuhiro Tsuchiya on Mega Man 11, and then he left after that game came out. So like after 11 came out, they had another period where they didn't have anyone else on board. And it was legit miserable. And now they got a new guy, and I can only hope that he is interested in keeping the franchise going. But they really need someone who's invested in it, like someone who's really dedicated to the brand and interested in seeing it thrive in the future. Inafune was that person back in the day, like again. And I think it was that case. Like it was like that because Inafune was one of the founding members. Like he was the main artist behind classic Mega Man in the beginning. And I think that really speaks. I think that really gave him a lot of room to get invested in the franchise. Like he didn't make Mega Man. What was his name? AK is his abbreviation. That's his screen name. I can't remember his real name, but AK was the founder of Mega. Like he was the one who actually created Mega Man and founded a lot of the original concepts. But Inafune was the one who really, I mean, he drew him, he made the art, and then after the first 2 games, because like AK, who was the legit father of Mega Man, he only spearheaded the first 2 games, and then he left Capcom, or at least went on to do other things. And then Inafune took over, and then he made he oversaw a whole slew of games, and then really became the father of Mega Man. And he proceeded to just like take it to new heights and just kept it alive and thriving for years and years, decades after that. Honestly, it was seriously impressive, honestly, what he was able to do with that. But then then when he left, but I think he was so invested in it that he kind of I don't want to use the word monopolize because I think that has bad connotations, but I think he was like such a strong figure for the franchise that nobody else felt the need to get as invested in it. Like no one else felt the need to put on the big boy Mega Man shoes and stand alongside him to be like the next Mega Man successor. I felt like there wasn't really a need to do that because Inafune was such a strong figure, and that's why there wasn't really anyone to pick up his slack after he left the company. So I can only hope that someone else, the new guy, fills in his shoes and does some cool things with it. Talking about the Like Mega Man comic was in reference to the mascot discussion on how Rayman used to be the mascot for Ubisoft and not anymore like Mega Man. Yeah, I know, Riley, but I think a lot of what you say applies to Mega Man anyway. Not just the mascot part, but also like the leadership roles and whatnot. I think that also readily applies to Mega Man. As well. They share a lot of similarities, I think. Michael Ansel, the creator of Rayman, is currently working at the zoo and pursuing his second passion of nature and wildlife. I imagine him looking at the elephants trying to figure out how to give them no legs, because, Ansel was regarded as the best French game developer at the time in the 90s. Miyamoto and him both got an award together. Got a photo of it. Oh, nice! Nice! That's cool. It's neat to hear that he's pursuing his passion, doing cool things. In his own right. That's awesome. That's how it should be. Reminds me of how Mark Gatha, who was the previous voice actor for X, he later went on to become a foot surgeon. And, I think he's still doing that to this day. But that was his passion. And then he dropped voice acting completely after he got into that. But he still gets voice acting questions to this day. Like, interviews and whatnot. Which is pretty cool. It's always neat to hear that they, you know, they don't want to completely forsake their past. Alright, Ragnarok has begun. Let's go here first. This guy's a pain. Is that showing up? Hold on. Where? There it is. Okay. I wanted to see if I was dropping frames, but it looks good.
Mission 開始する
Oh, stupid little runt. Let's see, what do I do with this? Yeah, that should be good. Let's see if we can do that. They got Michael Ankel back to do interviews in the Rayman 30th anniversary game. Funny enough, they missed Rayman's birthday by a year. Oh, dang it. If it doesn't show Ubisoft doesn't care about Rayman, I don't know what does. Yeah. Yeah. Well, I hope maybe it'll revive interest in it. Keep it going, at least somewhat. There we go, that's a good combo. Good stuff. Yeah, I hear Ubisoft is in a hard way in a lot of places. Like they're doing some really weird things in their business model. It's kind of pretty sad, pretty disappointing. I don't play a whole lot of Ubisoft games myself, but that's what I hear from people who are fond of their games. And okay, sorry about that. Whoa, yo, Varunius, welcome in. Hey, man, how's it going? Yo, hey, did you get things all spick and span, all neat and tiny and power wash? Apparently not sponsored by Square Enix, and which will not make it into Kingdom Hearts, I guess. Indeed. Okay, good to hear, man. Yo, G to the G's. Dude, those are always really nice streams. Got some great music going on in the background. It's all really chill. And people can pick their own music if they want. I think that's awesome. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. No, not a 9. 9, 10, 11, 13 should be enough. Let's move on. Saved a bit of one of the missions for later because I was getting tired. Yeah, I can imagine, Varunius. You got a lot going on now, man. You got a lot going on, what between your mother and all the other stuff. And I'm sorry to hear that. I hope things improve. Oh, okay, I'm sorry about that. Let me take that off. You are right. Let's not have that in the frame. Thank you. Ads over. Okay, cool. Riley, a lot of people think that the only reason they're doing more Rayman projects is last-ditch effort to save themselves from a collapse, apparently. There's a pretty big department my friend is in France, is next to Ubisoft, and she says they're closing. Oh, dang it, man. Okay, well, that would go along with a lot of the rumors that I've been hearing, too. Yeah. I know. I wouldn't be surprised if that's what they're doing. But hey, if they're gonna go out of business, it's pretty cool they're making at least one more Rayman game. Oh, I didn't equip that, dang it. Surprise! Ooh, I'm not used to him dashing right. Maybe. might be shaky. Nope.
どうした？
Yarijanika. It's okay. Well, I hope it's okay, Verunius. I think, yeah. I mean, I would assume there's a lot of tension in the air at the very least. Like, even if things are reasonably okay, I know a lot of fear can still have a tendency to work its way into your psyche, even when you're trying to block it out, so... Wishing you the best, man. All day, every day, man. Let's see, get that over here. They said Rayman 4 will happen if this remake sells well, but honestly, originally, I was sad because it's obvious it won't do super well, but Ubisoft is so desperate, I wouldn't be surprised if they make it anyway, because they already started it. Yeah, it might be, maybe, Riley. I think if anything makes it not sell well, it'll be like the public perception towards Ubisoft as a whole. Because, you know, I know people don't like them. And even if there are good games coming out, I think there will be a number of people who just don't want to get, you know, like, they're kind of turned off to them, you know? So that might be a dissuasion. Skybane, should I give you the paste spin for the enhanced watch experience? Enhanced watch experience? Remind me what that is again, Verunius? I can't remember. I can't remember if I saved either. I should probably save again. Hold on. Okay, I can hold on. I can get used to that. I'm used to cliffhangers, so I can hold on. Oh, in Discord. Oh, as always, I don't have Discord up. But let me remedy that for a hot minute. Excuse the fact that my screen went down. But I do want to check this. Oh, that! That, yes. Yeah, let me check that out, see if it's possible. Okay, so for those of you who don't know, there is a, hold on, get that out of the way. Yeah, there's, if you're using uBlock Origin, I got a little treat for you there. If you're using uBlock Origin, you can copy and paste that, what is it, code? I think it's code? What do you call it, Verunius? I don't know, the code? Yes, it is a code, okay. If you're using uBlock Origin, you can copy and paste that code into the advanced settings of your extension settings on your browser, and it'll effectively prevent ads on Twitch. Like, so you won't have to watch my ads when they come up. That should effectively block it, that code right there. It's a little I mean, it is for advanced users, but it's not too hard to figure out. Like, you should be able to. It works for me. I never have to watch ads on Twitch, and I'm not paying for Twitch Turbo. I'm going in just, like, not having any of that. And, you know, and all the streams I watch, I don't have to watch ads. It's like, that thing effectively blocks them very well. So, if ads are getting on your nerves, maybe look into that. And, you know, it might be a little intimidating at first glance, but I promise you it's not that bad. Just, I don't know. I mean, and Google exists for that reason. You can probably figure out what's going on. I can at least assure you it's worth the effort, because ads are just that annoying. Also, thank you, Verunius. Appreciate you, man. Saving the viewers. YouTube ads are the absolute worst. Yeah, I never have to deal with those either. I'm not sure why, actually. Why don't I, actually? Maybe it's because of uBlock. I think uBlock blocks those easier than they do Twitch ads. Alright. Making good time, making tracks, making the dream happen, all that fun stuff. And yes, I am using this, and I hope I don't screw it up. Damage by frame, baby! Let's see if we can do it. Maybe I can't. My charge. Nope, I can't. Now let's just do the wiggle method then. Oh, look at that. Killed him with I killed him with time stop. Nice. Diet guard shell. Who's that? I'm sorry, I don't know. I never know anything, and it makes me so sad, but also not sad enough to where I can do the research myself. The damage by frame method. Oh, is that what it's called? Is that the actual tech? Is that the name for the tech? Really? Time stopper, go away. You're drunk. Really? Okay, that should be enough. Shoutouts to Magnus. This is his brother, Mino Magnus. Unfortunately, his brother's pretty pathetic. Nice. Yeah, that's me, Riley. That's me, dishing out all the head pats in all the vigorous show of love and support that I have in me. I don't think that's even sped up. I know, Riley, I love it too. He's my little guy. That's a really nice Mega Man plush, by the way. It's made by Sega, actually. But I think it's awesome. Look into it if you're interested. It's out there. It's readily available. And it's so freaking adorable, man. It's also a lot bigger than I expected. Should do it with a Glowbox plush, yeah. I know, man. It's very satisfying. I recommend it. Lets me get a lot of that out of my system, you know? A lot of that cuteness aggression, I think is what it's called. Who do I want to tackle? Can't believe I did all the harder ones. Well, nah, this guy's a little tricky too. Let's get him over with. Taisel. Ooh, that was a little tight. Really? Jerk. I really wish that the downward stab was the one from 02, because it doesn't expose your hitbox as much. The one in 02 is a straight downward stab that covers the whole lower part of Zero's hitbox. And in that respect, you don't have to worry about letting your side take damage when you're plummeting down. It's a lot better. Same goes for the X4 downward stab. That was also the same way. Given X6 runs at 60 FPS each time Zero's saber overlaps with guard shell, it's a tick of damage per frame, so it's 2 to 3 damage Each 60th of a frame, the shell and the saber hitbox overlap with an enemy. Wait, Varunius, how did you know that? I'm going to get my glow box right now. Cuddle while I watch you. Yo! That's the vibe, Riley. That's the vibe. That's the kind of chill thing that the Skybane show promotes and gets behind all day, every day. I know some speed tech. Time stopper shot lasts only for so long. That's the diet. I know some speed tech. That's crazy, man. Like, how did you know? You don't even play 04. That low-key impresses me. Actually. What the heck? I don't even understand all that garble myself. Excellent. Oh, this is why I have double jump. Dang it. Are you kidding me? How is he not down yet? There we go, finally. I'll beat 6 of the Robot Masters in 7 by now. Let's go, Riley. Let's freaking go, man. GG's. You're doing it. You're pulling through, making the dream happen. X7 is a hard game. And I can only... unfortunately, the game only gets harder from there. There are some quite infamous fights coming up for you. But I'm curious to hear how you handle them after you do them. Did I say X7? Oh, I meant Classic 7, my bad. I say things wrong from time to time. A lot of which are intentional, but sometimes there's things that are not intentional like that. Okay. Yeah, I know. That's what I meant, Riley. I just misspoke. I know you're playing 7. You mentioned that yesterday, so. GG's! That stupid little squid. Aha! Take that. Mega Man is handsome. Yeah, I know, he's a pretty dapper fellow. All, looking all snappy and blue. Saving the world in style and grace. My favorite subpart is the springy one, and I love the sound effect when you get a life. Oh yeah, that's pretty satisfying, isn't it? I know, yeah, Springman is who you're mentioning there. Yeah, he's pretty cool. Watch a lot of speed runs. I guess Frunius, that is how you know. I'm just impressed that you could apply that so readily to this tech right here. Like, specifically. It's like you somehow calculated the time... You somehow calculated the exact amount of damage that I could do with the time stopper, even though you don't play it yourself? But that's impressive. Shademan's awesome too, yeah. Who else is in there? There's Burstman. Oh, I like Slashman. I think Slashman's cool. I like Slashman for the same reason I like Burnerman in Mega Man Base. He's wild and free. You know, he's doing his thing. And I like that. I like the maniacal sorts. Where are we? Did I save? I can never remember if I save. Turbo Man is nice too, yeah. Probably a really good friend of Nitro Man. And they probably do a lot of scheming against Tri-Nitro Man in Unlimited because they stole his name, or he stole his name. Where do I want to go now? Let's do him. Yeah, I know, Riley. You mentioned that bit about Iceman yesterday. I like that. I think Iceman's cool. There is secret lore in the Archie comments that the Archie comics that Roll has that Iceman has a crush on Roll. I think it was developed elsewhere too. Somewhere else. But I can't remember. Powered Up. I think it was Powered Up. I think it was Mega Man Powered Up where that was also drawn out. Where Iceman has a crush on Roll. Roll Nice Man, my 2 favorite characters. Well, works out perfectly then. What are you doing? Thank you. Have a nice day. Gotta ready to sleep. Have fun with Z4. Will do, Veronias. Have a good night's sleep, and thank you for the raid, as always. Yo. Always awesome seeing you, man. All day, every day. Have a good sleep. Stay legendary. And I hope everything goes well tomorrow. For you and your mom and everyone involved. Are you gonna fire? Thank you. Bomberman stage is so fun too. Yeah, and how about that music, man? Isn't that music just the best? I love Mega Man 1 music. So nostalgia, so peppy, so upbeat. It really is universally good. It is just timeless. Fun game is just sit down and beat in one sitting. The others we played take me 2 or 3 settings. Yeah, I agree, Riley. Have you played? Mega Man 2 was another one that I felt I could beat pretty fast. I mean, it did have 2 additional Robot Masters, so it wasn't as fast, but still fast enough. That was the other one I could beat in one sitting, because there's not any additional like Wily Tower or you know, Dock Robots or anything like that. So that one was... Usually 1 and 2 would be the games that I would play the most, the classic games, because they were the ones I could beat the fastest. Nice. I was taking a bit of a break when I did the bits with bombs in one of the widely state levels. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. How did you feel about that one, by the way? That is a notorious boss. Everyone hates it. It's, even the developed, like, the level designer of Mega Man 2, even he felt the need to apologize for that boss. It's not the best designed. Makes people pretty angry. Oh, as a kid, you always make your dad do it. Did your dad play Mega Man 2 back in the day? Did he grow up with it? I feel like that would have made sense if he grew up with it and then passed it on to you. He did? Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, Mega Man 2 was a big deal when it came out. When it came out on NES. Oh, 1980. Oh, okay, yeah, he was right there then. Yeah, he was like 7. He was 7 years old when Mega Man 1 came out then. And Mega Man 2 came out a year or 2 later. So he would have been like, yeah, he would have been a kid when he played that for the first time. And that would have been a ripe age to enjoy it at its fullest. Absolutely. Yeah, Mega Man 2 sold a ton when it first came out. He was probably one of those people who hopped on the old hype wagon for that game. And the rest is history from there. Going off of his generation was built different. Yeah, going off survival skills playing games. Yeah, I mean the thing about it, Riley, and he's probably told you this too. Back in the day, you didn't really have that many games, and the games that you did have were pretty expensive. So you couldn't really afford to get a whole lot of them. So like that one game, that few games that you did have, you spent a lot of time with. And you played them constantly to the point where you didn't really mind the difficulty because it was like, you knew you were going to be playing that game a ton, so you had this perspective where you were aware that since you were playing it a ton, it didn't really matter that you had to play it over and over, and you were just dying over and over, because eventually you'll beat it. But you don't want it to end so quick. Like when that game is so expensive and you don't know when your next game is going to be, you're trying to absorb it all. You're trying to let it just sink in, for as long as possible. And that's what happens, I think. Oh, that's not the right weapon here. But yeah, the thing is, nowadays we have such easy access to games, and there's so many games out there too, and they're a lot cheaper. That's the other thing, especially if you're going digital, they're a lot cheaper. So it's kind of spoiled our taste a little bit, I think. But it's really cool to hear that you were able to, like, your dad was able to pass it on to you. And keep the Mega Man love going strong in the family. That always warms my heart. I love seeing new people introduced to Mega Man through their parents or through other people who grew up with them. Then they become Mega Man fans, they grow to love it. And it's especially nice when when they pass it on to their kids when they're kids. As opposed to like waiting until they get older. Because when they get, usually by the time they get old enough, they're playing other games. And their tastes are more spoiled to the point where they can't really appreciate the old graphics or the old music or the old gameplay and stuff. They take one look at it and they're like, that looks like a piece of crap, that looks like a piece of crap. I remember, because, usually the games that the kids are playing these days are modern games with, a lot prettier graphics and a lot more quality of life, gameplay improvements, and just a lot more fluid gameplay with a lot less input lag and sprite flicker and all that stuff. But if your first experience are those games, then you grow to a profound appreciation for them. And really see it in a whole new light, a new special light, I might add. I could tell you the exact moment he shares, and I remember. Yeah, please do, Riley. I would love to hear that. That's awesome. That really is awesome. Okay, let's see what we can do with Craft here. I'm dead. Yep. Oh, never mind. That was clutch. Oh, I'm dead. Yep, I gotta reset. Dang it, son. We were scrolling through the PS3 digital store. Mega Man 9 came up, and I remember seeing it as a pixelated Mega Man on the icon. Yeah. That's how it was. Does that sound familiar? It does, yeah. Anyway, we were looking for free games because we were pretty poor then. He said, well, Mega Man, you guys, me and the bros would love it. And I said, but Dad, it's not free. He said, this is a game worth renting. Heck yeah, man. Heck yeah. Yeah, Mega Man 9 was a... Oh, that's really something. That's really something that he got you into it through Mega Man 9. Because Mega Man 9 is notoriously hard. It is a really difficult game. But it's also really fun, and the music is incredible. So, that must have really set you up for, to get you used to the standard Mega Man difficulty. And yeah, I would imagine that it made a lot of other Mega Man games easier for you, because that one was your first. No Mega Man game is ever truly easy. But sometimes, some are easier than others. Then played 1, then 10, then 3 and 2. Oh, heck yeah. Heck yeah, man. That's awesome. See, I love that build-up. I love that you were able to grow to appreciate them as the classics, from the old graphics and like the old music and whatnot. Because they are quite old by now, and games have come a long way since then. So you can't help but go back to them sometimes and be like, what is this jank? Like the sprite flicker and all the glitches and whatnot. But no, when you take a moment to look past all that, they are really special games that have earned their status in the gaming industry. Should be enough. Hope that's enough. But the Mega Man comic I told you about is, I mean, as a kid, I didn't get finished, but I remember one page right in the middle of the comic having a sketch of the Robot Masters, and I think it was to where you pick one and go to a separate page, I guess? Like the, I think it was where you pick up one and go to a certain page. Is it the Robot Master? Is it like the boss select screen? Maybe? I don't know. That's cool though. I used to draw Mega Man a lot when I was a kid too. Also, that's too much damage. Reset. Oh, the level select. Oh yeah, that's classic. I used to draw Mega Man when I was a kid too. That was fun. I don't know if I still have any of those drawings though. Yeah. You also hear about people, you know, when they were kids, making their own Robot Masters, making their own bosses. Like their own original designs. I never quite did that, but I know a lot of people who did. I don't know if I told you, but I think it was the night it first came to stream. I had a mental breakdown. It was like 7, calling crisis numbers. Crisis numbers? And I went non-verbal for a little bit. Oh, dang. Sorry to hear, Riley. Holy crap. Man. That's nuts, man. Dude, take it easy. Those are, it's always a better day the next day. You know? Things can seem tricky, things can seem difficult in the moment, but, you know, that moment will pass because we live in a reality where things are always passing. That is the reality of living in a finite realm where, you know, that's what time is, that's what time does. Time passes, and good times pass, but also bad times pass. That is very important to keep in mind. Oh yeah, you can't let that get to you, Riley. No, it's you gotta keep in mind that, you know, everything always passes on. Okay, hold on, I gotta get this done. I shouldn't have charged that up, actually. Let's hope I get this done. Oh, that's gonna be steep. Okay, good. Whew. Frick, it was too late. Dang it! Ugh. That's a nuts attack to dodge. Okay, 4th reset, let's go. Normally I would not use the junk armor against this guy, but I want to get better at him with the junk armor. So that's why I'm doing it. Double damage. I can deal out double damage, but I also take double damage. Do what I can. Okay, here we go. I should probably lock in for this. Excuse me for a moment, fam. You really gotta lock in here. Can't remember for those. Can't remember those to not put out those flames. What's going on? Whoa. Okay, that doesn't do contact damage? That's weird. I mean, I like it. I did not know that. Huh. It's gotta do contact damage when it's facing me anyway. Not that I want to test that. Okay. I better do it this time. Gotta lock in here. This guy has taken too many of my playthroughs. Deal with that. Okay, there we go. Finally. Whew. He was a little nice. Or just nice enough anyway. Yeah, the truck. I know that the doors to the truck. They're really cool. Indie Creates has always been really good about animating doors. As strange as that is to say. The doors look great. You know, they kind of like open up sideways and then vertically. It's really neat stuff. Alright, let's see, going with that. Let's see if I can do this stage without resetting for a change. Cutscene's so long.
Mission 開始する。
Stuff. That's the first time I've taken him out without resetting in a while. Has been a Mega Man costume mascot before? Wait, a Mega Man costume mascot? What do you mean, Riley? I'm not quite understanding. Shoot. Oh yeah, plenty of times, Riley. Mostly at Capcom Japan events. Some have looked a little disturbing. Not gonna lie. Dang it, I'm gonna have to reset now. Shoot. That was a buzzkill. Yeah, there have been a few of them. Some have looked kind of weird. Most of them are old, honestly. Yeah, I don't know if there have been any that have appeared at American cons, or like, you know, in the West, North America, that kind of thing. Maybe there have been. If there were, then it would have happened during the Golden Ages. Like a good 15 years ago. Even Raymond ones? Dang. How would they do that without the limbs? Oh, the block arms? Okay, that's what I was thinking, actually. Yeah, that makes sense. Nice. Frickin'. Ooh, okay. That's annoying. Thank you. There we go. Good enough. You being base? What do you mean? I'm playing a Zero. Oh, you don't know Zero? Yeah, this is the Mega Man Zero series. Yeah, check them out sometime. They're great games. I grew up with them. They're my favorite games of all time. I'm always playing them here. Saw base in Mega Man 7 for one scene. Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, you'll see more of them. You'll see more of them. Let's see. Yeah, there's some similarities with Base's design, but no, this is Zero. He comes from the Mega Man X series. That's where he started. Then he got his own series eventually. Dang it. Wondered if that was Base there. Oh yeah, I read that already. Sorry. Yeah, you'll see more of Base throughout classic Mega Man. He may or may not become one of your favorites. Let's see. That's right. Oh, perfect pattern. Should be good enough. We just do that. Yes, don't you love it? I love it. Heck yeah. Good pattern. Good swag. Oh, a lot of things going on here. What is happening? I should turn that off. Yeah, that's dumb. You almost got me. Congratulations. There's the door. Okay, please. I feel like I need more enemies. I hope I don't. Let's pretend we don't and see how this goes. Yeah, good. Okay. Dang it. That's so much damage. Good stuff. Okay, good. I think I just made that by like 2 enemies. Making the thing happen. Oh, wait. Wrong loadout.
Mission 開始する。
Excellent combo. Ah, beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Somehow, it's always easier to pull that off to the right as opposed to left. Also, I should change that out. Why is my Cyber Elf not paralyzing him? That was scary. Also, I took too much damage. Not too much, but enough to be a little concerned now. I don't know why my elf wasn't paralyzing him. Also, ouch. I think we're still in the green, though. I cannot afford to take any more hits here. I hope I'm still within the parameters, the damage. Dang it. I like that. Ooh, sneaky. Woof. Nice, we made it. 5 points of damage. Was afraid of those 2 hitters. Okay, I think I got maybe 2 bosses left, maybe 1. And it's into endgame, boys. Oh, also, I should save. Who's left? Yeah, 2 left. Okay, Heat Emblem first. Also, water is important.
Mission 開始する
Mission Kaisuru. Oh, no ice. I do not want ice here. Ah, terrible. Really? Jerk. Dang it, I can't get that right. Oh, really? Okay, well... Are you kidding me? God, come on. Why am I messing up here so fantastically? Okay, well, it happened eventually, but not without a hit or 2. Okay, that was a little dicey. Right one, yeah. Oh, my R button feels so much better today. Nice. I didn't know I could shoot him while he in the middle of that attack. Oh, we just learned something new today. I happened to catch him. Yeah, I happened to hit him there on a frame in which he was still vulnerable. I thought that he was invincible like the second he changed his shell. That's really good to know for the future. Really good to know. From now on, I am going to try to hit him on that frame. It seems really tight, but I didn't even know that was doable before now. So guess who's going to try to integrate that into his strats next time? Okay. Last one of the set. The noblest Mandrago.
Mission 開始する。
Dang. That was good. Oh, that was good. Wonderful. Almost one-shotted. Not quite, but it may as well have been. I messed up the first hit, but I got it on the second hit, and I'm proud of that. It's very easy for him to hit you in the face. Good, good, good. I don't like that spawn position. Oh, I like that one. GG's. Hello? Okay, that was weird. But I'm not dead yet, so I guess I can't complain. But also, that's really weird. Good, good, good. Moving on. Should have been the last one. So we are into endgame now. Or fortress stages, if you will. Transfer! Yeah, I guess I should make a save assist here, so I don't have to watch that all over again. Okay. Ooh, now I missed my ride. Oh, sneaky. Uh-oh. Do I not have my elf on? Yeah, I don't. I'm stupid. Dang it. I shouldn't have paused there. Threw off my timing. Oh, that's right. I did make an assist. Oh, wrong button. There we go. And there's a cyber elf. Oops. Nope, okay. Apparently I'm not on my game. Really should be. There we are. Now we're talking. Uh-oh. Oh no. Okay, we're good. Yeah, we can do this. Frick! It's always that attack, man. It's always that attack. I don't know, man. I go in with junk armor, thinking I can do it. And all it takes is that one attack. All it takes is to miss that one just once to prompt a reset. Does way too much damage with the junk armor. Oh, great. Apparently I don't know how to play this game, actually. Frickin' bull. That's cute. Okay. We'll get this down eventually. We always do. Dang it, that's my ride. Oh, that was close. Come on, stun him. Do I not have my elf on? I do. Wow, he's just sleeping on the job, okay. He's got the old Donald Goofy sim jump from Kingdom Hearts. Alright, let's try this again. I want to say I hope he doesn't open with the laser, but there's a part of me that hopes he does, because even though it's deadly and it prompts a reset every single time if it hits, I also want to get better at it. I really need to get better at that. There it is. Okay, we got it. Nice. Whew. Man, he did it twice, but I got it both times. The practice is getting in there. Someday, maybe. Someday. It won't be soon, but maybe someday. I'll get the hang of it, and I'll get it consistent. This is also unskippable. It's fine. We know the drill. Yo, Lynx! Yeah, we're here already. It's been a quiet night, man. I've been able to, it's amazing how fast this can go when I don't, when I'm not, like, chatting up, a storm. Yeah, I mean, I can do these runs, I can do these playthroughs, actually, in a pretty consistent 2 hours. if I'm not if I'm not yapping up a storm. But yeah. Also, I forgot to save. This is the third consecutive 0-4 playthrough where I forgot to save before going into the teleporter base. Again. This will... maybe I'll get it on the next time, but yeah. Hold on. Like, give me a second while I still remember to make a save assist. I think it spawns here after this hall. So give me one more moment to do this. I hope I didn't miss the cycle. I might have. I did. Yeah. Okay, it's fine. How we doing? I'm doing okay, Lynx. Yo, how you doing? Did you stream today? Can't remember. That's a good time. Dang it. Nope. Oh, yesterday. Okay. Gotcha. Hold on. This is gonna be a pain now. I really do not like making that save assist because it throws off my whole cycle. Okay, we made it. We in there. But yeah, you know, just looking out for more dual override news. Oh, I did not mean to activate that one. Let's just hope I don't die here. Or don't have reason to reset. Yeah, just paying attention to more dual override news. Keeping an eye on what's going on. There was like a Q&A that Rockman Corner reported on. They answered a few questions about the game. That was quite interesting. You know, like they answered like why it's called Dual Override instead of Mega Man 12 and other things. I digged it. Okay, now we're talking. Yeah, one by Capcom's Germany's own website. Yeah, I was surprised to hear it was from Capcom Germany. You know, like that is a... oh, that's a unique outlet to get that news from. Go. What else did they answer? They answered about the title. A few other things which I found quite interesting. Oh yeah, they also answered why it took so long. Well, they didn't quite answer it, but they were asked it. And I think they quite failed to answer the question in a satisfactory manner. They were asked what took them so long to make this game, like 8 years after 11. And they gave like a standard stiff old corpo answer without really answering the question. But that was the most interesting question of the bunch, I think. Reasoning matches to a study I saw Famitsu did. Kids in Japan only play Pokemon, but they don't play Final Fantasy or Dragon Quest or any long-running RPGs. It's got a number because they think they have to start from 1 to understand the story. Oh, okay. Yeah, I actually thought that reasoning made sense. I thought that answer was good. Yeah, but the thing... it would have really been nice if they went a bit more into what took them so long. Like, I mean, we can all formulate some pretty solid theories, I think, as to why they took so long. But it would have been nice to hear it from the horse's mouth. Yeah, Delta will directly just say, Tsuchiya left and sold beneath projections for that year. Ah, maybe so. Was that really the case, actually? That 11 did sell behind projections? Because it went on to become the best-selling Mega Man game of all time. I guess just not in that year, huh? Oh, 6 years, okay. Even so, I want to say that, still sold really well. just maybe not according to their expectations, which might have been a little too high. I mean, for a game that probably didn't take that much time or money to develop when they actually decided to commit to it. Also, the damage. Took 6 years to sell what Resident Evil sells in launch week. The suits weren't very pleased. And, well, I'm really curious to know how that's stacked alongside what they put into it. Because I dare say that, 6 years to sell what Resident Evil sells in a launch week. I mean, did it require like 6 times that budget though? I mean, with just how simple the game was and just how little content there was in it. I mean, it didn't have any DLC, it didn't have nothing post-release. Like, that could not have taken them that much. Yeah, but I'm sure the true killing blow was Tsuchiya leaving the company. Yeah, I think that is it. I think that is it, Lynx. I think that would be more to do with it for sure. You're with you, but exec's gonna exec. Well, someone's gotta teach them execs how to do proper business, you know what I mean? If they can't gauge their expectations according to what they put into the product, then they are just not doing business. They may as well just be in it for the hobby. They may as well just be running Capcom just as a hobby instead of doing actual business. I don't know, man. It makes no sense to me sometimes. Oh, I wanted to give a double stab in, dang it. Hello? Okay, hold on. There we go. Oof. This is gonna do a lot of damage. Boom. Nice. One of the few times the tractor shot comes in handy. God, I love it. Oh, you're a former salaryman? Oh, dang. That's kind of crazy. As a former salaryman myself, I can tell you suits are never in the position because they know... Oh, never in the position because they know any market or have sense. They just have the right connections and probably big money at a different type of business. Yeah, Lynx, I believe it. I think that kind of resonates. I mean, I've never been a salaryman myself, but that's the impression I get for sure. Like, it's not what you know, it's really who you know. And then having the money to get in that position absolutely is kind of what it comes down to, I think. Worked on 2 separate offices. I absolutely hated it. Dang, man. Yeah, you mentioned you also had like a radio gig at one point too, right? Was that one of those positions or not? Most miserable, soul-crushing form of employment you can imagine. Dang. The radio gig was separate from those. Okay. That makes sense. Yeah, I would think that a radio gig would be a lot more fun. It wouldn't fit that description that you've established there. But dang, yeah, I know. It's every time I hear about the corpo world, it entails all the stiffness and rigor and heartlessness that it does not fit the position of a human being endowed with emotions, and needing emotion to facilitate his health. And also the rigor and just, man, it seems like the whole structure is not fit to accommodate human beings. Or if it is, it's not a good kind of human being. Hello? Do I have my elf? Dude, my elf is sleeping on the job today. What the heck? He's usually on the ball. Weird. No, he's over there, that's right. There's a YouTube channel called Business Cringe. Its skits are all the grievances I had. Is it, like, on par with I know there's a channel out there, and I don't remember what it's called, but there's like a channel out there, and it produces YouTube shorts. Maybe elsewhere too, but they produce YouTube shorts, and like there are these skits done with these little animated creatures. Like, and there's like a mushroom creature, there's a bird creature, there's a squirrel creature, and a lot of those skits pertain around the business world, and just how dumb it is. Oh, I know what you mean. It's not like that one, but I love those two. Okay, I gotcha. I guess it's like a different flavor of that, huh? Like maybe it's talking about business, but like a different side of business. That's more what you're used to, perhaps. Oh, I want to get this up in here. But yeah, I love those critter ones. Those shorts with the critters. I think they're always on point. Oh, this guy is down. Good stuff. Woohoo! Yes, I know! Making progress! Under 2 minutes, too. I was a little scared about the enemy requirements there, because I skipped a few enemies. But that's why you always fight more. More than you expect. You never know when, an enemy will just slip by you. Oh, there's that! That scared me. We have a few other redeems, too, by the way. I made a lurk one as well. God, me too. Didn't you redeem it, Lynx? You knew what to expect. You knew what you were in for. But I laughed so much as Tasha's death. I'm happy to hear that, Lynx, because I mentioned that the other day, but like, that was one of the... Oh, hold on. A fly is going to get into my drink here. Dumb old fly. I should really crush it. Where'd it go?
Roast beef.
Yeah. Blue, now you gotta redeem the other one. I'm pretty sure, yeah.
Freaking oof! Oof! Oof!
Dude, freaking easy, man. I don't know why I didn't think before about integrating more easy clips. Like, my mind was solely on Josh at the time, and I didn't think about easy until, honestly, not until today. But Easy's another one of those characters who's like a living, walking, breathing soundboard. It makes the perfect stuff. Easy 93 is another Mega Man Legend speedrunner, by the way. Yo, Blue, hope you're doing well. Hope you're doing well. But yeah, I was peering into more speedruns today. So some of the old stuff. Partly to look for sound redeems, and partly just because I'm on that trend recently. And it's been fun, you know, digging up all your old antics. There was one that got me cackling. What was it? It was a clip where... Hold on, no, I want to get this right. What was it again? Let me stop and put my thinking cap on for a hot minute. Tired as heck, but making the best of it. Ah, dang it, Blue. You're always in that zone, man. And I feel bad for you. I really do. I'm sorry, man. I hope you get over it, or at least find some good way to cope with it. But, oh, what was it? I remember what it was. It was a clip I found where you had just subbed to Easy at the moment when... Oh, it was like the perfect moment. But yeah, you would sub to Easy, and it triggered a sound effect that was like spot on, just... crazy. I can't. You probably remember it because I think you clipped it. Yeah. I think that was it. Yeah, wait, that was it. I think. Yeah, it was something to do with that. Oh, and then there was another when. I think it was another demonologist clip. Oh, I think this was it when he was asking. Maybe I'm getting confused with another one, but he was asking. Okay, what do you think of Mega Man 64? And then it triggered. Yeah, that's when you came in. That's when your sub notification came in, and it triggered like this weird, like ghoulish sound that I wasn't familiar with. But that was also I was laughing to death over that. Dude, Easy's reactions are just so on point. There was another one too where he was with Chrissy and they were playing some game. And they ran into a soft lock at one point, and then Chrissy is going on for a few minutes about, oh wait, that's weird, and then then it dawns on her, wait, we didn't save, and then and Easy is sitting right next to her, and the face he makes is just insane. He, like, oh, dude, it's like a cartoon character. His eyes just bulge out of his head, and his mouth just gapes open. It like, drops to the floor. Then he slowly turns over to Chrissy after she says this, and he's like, oh, man, it speaks volumes. Like, you can read that expression so clear, and it's like, what the heck did you do? What the heck did you do? Oh, it was so good. Yeah, I've been an art to time sound redeems. Trolled many a streamer and VTuber with it. I know, dude. They're so on point. Dude, they're so good. I love the Easy ones in particular. Like, dude, whenever Easy gets on board, it's just like you are in for such a crazy time. I mean, the dude is like, he's a living, breathing meme is what he is. And all his expressions and like his tone of voice, like he has that way of like emphasizing a word or emphasizing a scream, you know, to make it just like so meme worthy and so clip worthy. It's an like that's an art form of its own, I feel. Yeah. Once playing Metal Gear Mega Man 01, I forget which, I get so mad, my brain scrambles. I was going at the same time. No, in Haijo D, but because, or Hio-de, no, that's how he said it. But because my mouth tried to say both simultaneously, I just went, nee! And then just angry noises. Okay, Lynx, you're turning me on to potential, I might have to go into your channel as well and find find other clips, find other sound redeems, like via your content. You know, with your blessing, of course. I mostly do it with my friends because I know they won't get angry at me. I wouldn't do it with anyone that I don't know that well. But yeah, they're really good. Yeah, Lynx, or anyone else watching, if you ever like get some downtime and you just want a good laugh, go into Easy 93's clips, and you will just be laughing nonstop because the dude has such a way with both his expressions and his words. It's incredible. It really is. Because that clip later and said it your way. Do that, Lynx. Do that, man. I think I'll get a kick out of it. Oh, dude, I miss Easy. I really do. He hasn't streamed in a long time. He's been busy. Yeah, busy with work. This is apparently... Oh, are we really there already? Holy crap, okay. Yeah, he is apparently... This is apparently the season in which he's the most busy. So it's understandable why he is not streaming a whole lot, but I miss him all the same. Hey, yo, Riley, welcome back. But yeah, I'll probably be looking more into that stuff later on. Okay, we are in endgame now, fam. See where this goes. Did anyone redeem the Lurk one yet? I think the Lurk has still been unredeemed. It's fine though. We can save it for when someone's actually lurking and they trigger it by mistake, because the actual command is exclamation mark lurk, which I see a lot of people doing in my chat, even when I don't have a redeem set up for it. So they're gonna get a nice surprise next time they do that. Oh, a WB means welcome back. Yeah, let's set up here. Yep. Dang it. As long as he doesn't use his feathers, I can deal with it. Good stuff. Thought it was Warner Bros. I came really close to saying that, PJ, but I didn't want to confuse anyone. But yes, it also does stand for Warner Bros. Technically. As we all know. As we all know who grew up with Kids WB back in the day. But that's what I mostly know it for. I mean, I know actually Warner Bros. Is in, you know, the studio, the movie studio. That's another thing. Oh, there's a fly on my screen. That's probably gonna distract me. What are you gonna do? Twirly twirly? Okay, that's fine. Is he going? Yep, he's going the whole way. Dang it, son. Okay. Well, you can't play this game if you're not expecting that, to be honest. Sorry about that, Riley. Hope you cope with it somehow. Good luck, man. Wishing you the best. Good combo. Oh, he did not even have a chance. Sometimes he gets a cheap hit off me. Okay. Oh, I just said, Riley, I hope things get better for you. Wishing you the best. Oh, not that one. Okay, that could have been a lot worse than it ended up being. GG's. Yeah, I know, we're here at the finale now. We'll see if we can do it in a reasonable amount of time, because, again, the constant, the timeless disclaimer, this could take a while. I think we're at 6 points exactly. Because the wolf was mean. This is, oh crap. Okay, we're good. We are good. We are golden. Okay. I love doing that. GG's. Came too close to the ground. You know what I would ideally like to do? What I'd ideally like to do is use a charge saber and then follow up with the stab. But normally I only have time to do the stab. There's the potential on the table to do a lot more damage than that with the stab, but that's a lot of damage as it is. That's easily more than a fourth of her life with just one of those attacks. It's kind of crazy. And it's the kind of crazy I can get behind. Gotcha, good stuff. Ah. Whew. Good. I'm gonna take a risk. It was worth it. GG's. Wondering about what, Lynx? About the stab? The lightning stab? The dash stab? Yeah, you see, normally what I do, and you know, you'll see me wasting a charge shot, wasting a charge saber in order to get off that dash attack. Yeah, that you can combo those into each other, but it's hard. It's difficult to do. But there is that is a lot of damage on the table if you can pull it off. But yeah, what you normally see me doing, when I see her going into that attack, I waste both the charges I have on hand in order to do the dash. Because if I can only get one of those off, I do prefer it to be the dash, because it stuns her out of that attack. And that attack is a little difficult to dodge if you don't stop it right in the middle. Thanks, Solely Clear, sucks to fight. Yeah, it kind of does. You know what I used to do, and I was able to do this for the longest time. I was able to open with a charge slash and then follow up with an ice javelin against him. But just recently he opened with an attack that cut me to the quick. And like he hit me before I could pull one of those off, and ever since I have not attempted that. Like ever since then I open with a charge buster instead of a charge saber, which is disappointing because again you can combo those into each other if you start with charge saber and then go into buster, but you can't you can't combo you can only combo a Buster into the Saber. You can't combo a Saber into a Buster. So if you use Ice Javelin, you can't, you know, the iframes will take over, and you can't use an Ice or a Charged Saber directly after that. So there's a sequence, there's a priority order to keep in mind with these things. And it kind of rots, because it would be easier to get off a Charged Saber after a Buster. After an Ice Javelin, but, you know, the system doesn't allow for that, the combo system. It is what it is, though. It's fine. You know what I found out today? I found out I can get an extra sneaky hit off this guy in between some frames. Let's see if I can do it. I can't, never mind. There's an opening there, though. Small one. Woo! Stuff. Yeah, I would call Pegasolt Eclair. See, I tackle all these bosses in the order in which they give me most trouble. Pegasolt Eclair is, I think, square in the middle. I fight Kokapatry first, usually, because he's so fast with his attacks, and his room is very small, and some of his attacks are just they have a really large hitbox. So I fight him first because he's the biggest. He's not the hardest, but he's the one who can get the cheapest hit off you the easiest of all the bosses. And then I do Looney Edge, you know, the wolf. Then I do Tech Kraken, and then I go up in order. Yeah, so I think he's like the 5th boss I fight. And part of that's due to the fact that he is like his boss refight is so high up in that room. So it's like it's kind of, you know, I don't like making that trip you know, too soon. Like, if I'm gonna go all the way up there, I'd prefer to do it when I'm in the area. You know, if that makes sense. I don't know if it does make sense, but it's like on the very far end of the room, and, you know, I prefer to take out the enemies that are closer to me when I first enter the room. This guy's always a joke. Oh, except when you mess that up. Got him. Very small hitbox here. I like that. Bye. Shout out to Magnus. Okay, that's it. We took 6 points of damage. We can't afford to take any more, but that's fine. Normally this stage would take like 5 minutes with the junk armor. Like, from beginning to end, even with fighting while. So, and because it is such a short time, it's not that big of a deal to reset it. Always gotta have that perspective when you're doing a run like this. I mean, effort is one thing. You might feel that it takes more time because you're doing some crazy stuff. But when you actually think about how much time it actually is, that gives you the perspective to deal with it better. Especially if you have to reset. Really? Okay. What's here? Got the guys over there. Okay, we are good, Zos. Okay, if we can actually hit our shots for a change. Okay, we're good. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to make a save assist here, and I'm not going to use it. If I end up dying here, I'm going to just reset the stage. I'm doing that for practice. I'm doing that for warm-ups later on. Because normally I like to practice the last stage in the game before I tackle a playthrough, and that's for warm-ups. I'm not going to use that. It's against my code of honor.
お前の理想か。
理想だと？そんなことだ。Dang it. Are you kidding me? Good, I got that off. That's good. Ooh. Are you kidding me? How am I not pulling off these charges? I'm still doing good damage, but there's a lot more room on the table. Also, you're dead. Okay, we gotta relive it. We gotta relive the epic moment now. It's upon us. The moment's upon us. The epic scene. Hold on, I want to turn this up. For myself and... Well, I can't turn it up anymore. Well, if I go into the audio mixer, I can turn it up for you guys. Let me do that. Jacking it up a tad notch. It's up to 40 now. It might be a bit louder. It was at 20 before. It's at 40 now out of 100. So be prepared, but also be prepared for epicness, because you gotta listen to this. You gotta let this play out.
ゼロ、もう限界高度だ。これ以上落下スピードが上がったらゼロを地上に転送できなくなってしまう。お願い、戻ってきて。
まだだ、まだ終わらんよ。死ねん。この程度では死ねんのだ。バイル。無駄だ。もはやラグナロクの墜落は誰にも止められん。
Oh, I always forget to progress that text box.
いや、まだ手はある。バイルごとコアを破壊さえすればラグナロクは崩壊する。バラバラになれば大気圏との摩擦で全て燃え尽きるはずだ。
そんなことをしたらあなたは。
できるかね。貴様にそんな真似が。レプリロイドたちの英雄である貴様が、人間を守る正義の味方が、地上の人間を守るためにこのわしを、守るべき人間であるこのわしを倒そうというのか。
I try my best with these text boxes. Forgive me if they're a little off sync.
この痛みは貴様にわかるか。
Thanks, Lynx. Oh, here it comes. The music kicks in. Falling down.
正義の味方でもなければ自分を英雄と名乗った覚えもない。俺はただ自分が信じる者のために戦ってきた。俺は悩まない。目の前に敵が現れたなら叩き切るまでだ。シール、俺を信じろ。
Let's go, fam! Hold on. I hate to disrupt the immersion, but now I gotta turn the volume down. Hold on. Here it is. You know, also I can say real quick. You know, you really do live out the drama here better than the drama tracks, because if you remember how this moment plays out in the drama tracks, falling down, the song does not set in. It does not set in when Weil fuses with the core of Ragnarok and this whole moment comes into play. So you can't really live it out with all the hype that falling down kind of sets into it. It kind of it fuses into it with the drama. So this is like the peak way of experiencing that moment to me. Like, you know, the drama tracks are cool. I mean, they're the very reason we have this moment, but you know, in voice. But this is the best way to experience it, and especially like, you know, playing the game and like you're actually going into the boss fight after it. It's so peak, man. It is so peak. Okay, gonna do what we can here. Ooh, that was close. Oh, here's gonna be tight. Nice, we made it. And we did make the shot on the way down though. Missed that shot too, dang it. I think we're good though. We're good. Aha! There we go. Heck yeah! Woo! Woohoo! Dude, it is always the best feeling in the world when you take him out after watching that cutscene. You know, when you actually take the time to watch it with the voices and the drama tracks, it's the best feeling in the world when you're actually able to commit to the end game and you actually pull through. If I had to reset, then it would have killed a lot of the hype. But you know, like now canonically Zero has won, and we saw it all through and through, and it's just the best feeling in the world. Yeah. Absolutely. It's like when I began streaming the Kaseki games, I began with the PS Vita versions, and my friend kept saying the voice acting hits different knowing how it's supposed to play. The OG PC version has none, but you can mod the Vita voices into it now. Oh, that's awesome. Yo, nice. Oh, that's peak, man. That is absolutely peak. Yeah, you know, that is just, this is such a phenomenal mod. I wish we had more of it. I wish we had more of it in 04, because I feel like there's a lot that's on the table that you could integrate it. Because a lot of, you know, the drama tracks for 04, you know, they I want to say recast, but that's not the correct word. But they cover a lot of the cutscenes in this game, or a few of them. I mean, they do the opening, they do the intro, where Zero rushes in and the caravan's escaping from wild soldiers. Then they do the intermission where Nij meets with Kraft and Zero's there and Wild's there, and it's all happy reunion. And then they do the ending where Zero confronts Wild, and they go into the whole dialogue from beginning to end. And then, you know, he fights him, and then he goes into the final finale, the final showdown, and it's great. But yeah, they only do, of everything that they could have done there, they only did the final showdown. And I think that's the best thing they could have done, you know, honestly. But there's room on the table for a lot more stuff. Still, though, I am really happy with that. But yeah, I know. Shoutouts to it. We did it. 04 is always the most hype to complete. And a lot of it also, too, another thing that contributes to the hype is knowing that, you know, any hit you take will most likely set you over the damage limit, especially if you're using junk armor, because his attacks just hit like a truck. And like there, I mean, I couldn't have afforded to take even one hit because the wolf set me over from the start. In fact, they got it working at all. It's nothing short of a miracle. Yeah, I know, Lynx. It really is legit impressive when you think about it, because they had to separate the vocals, like in the drama tracks, from the music that was in that track, and they pulled it off. Like they pulled it off in such a way to where the vocals, or not the vocals, but the voices are in fact isolated, and they mesh together with Falling Down very nicely. But like that tech, I mean, because I think about that. I think about how they had to separate the voices from the music that was in the drama tracks. And it might be easier than I'm making it out to be. I mean, I don't know anything about that stuff. But, you know, I think about how they had to do that, and I have a renewed appreciation for what did end up in the game. But yeah, I mean, the fact that they did end up getting that little bit in there is nothing short of a miracle. I'm so thankful for it. I'm so thankful for all these mods, man. Like, I am reliving my best childhood through these mods. CD drama version should have had Zero's final words be the start of Falling Down, rather than just Wild's theme the whole way. Wait, Zero's final words be the start of Falling Down. Wait, hold on, I gotta process this. Rather than just Wild's theme the whole way. Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, so you're saying that the CD drama track should have had Falling Down kick in the drama tracks. Okay, yeah, like in the drama CD, the whole I never call myself here. Yeah, that's when it should have set in. You know, just like in the games. That's that would have made the moment in the drama tracks just come out a lot better. Yeah. Oh yeah. That's yeah. I hear you, Lynx. Yeah, I agree. That's kind of what I've been saying. Yeah, it kicks in and it really emphasizes the drama and the meaning of those final words of Zero. And this also is just timeless. I'm glad that the mod, you know, we could have fixed it individually if we wanted to, easily enough, I guess. But I'm glad that the mod here does not incorporate the full vocal version of what's the song called? Fuchsia? Is that what the song's called? I can't remember. But the Frisia, thank you, not Fuchsia. But yeah, I'm glad that they didn't integrate the actual vocal version of Frisia, and they did like the instrumental version, you know, with the vocals in the game, because I think the original version is a little too upbeat for the moment at hand. I'm glad that you know, other people like considered that. Frisia fits better for the second intro stage, since Frisia is just Esperanto with lyrics. You know, that's a good point, Lynx! I never thought about actually throwing that in, like, having that as the substitute Esperanto song. I never thought about that. That would be fitting, though. Like, it wouldn't be fitting for the ending, but it would be fitting for the intro stage. Or the second intro. Hi, Frisia has the Area Zero BGM in mind. Hey, Lynx, guess what? Guess the other thing you're gonna send in my direction. Dude, hit me up with that. I wanna do that now. Dude, I'd appreciate you hitting me up with that. That'd make it better. Actually, you know what? I want to do that. I have a considerable amount of time left over from this because I finished this playthrough early. Yeah, if you could hit me up with that. And it won't be... it's going to be a little mixed. It's not going to hit the same for me, I think, because I do that stage so fast as it is that I don't think I'm going to give that song any chance to shine as much as it should. But yeah, if you could throw that in my direction, then I want to let it play out and just see what it's like. I want to see just how much of a chance I give it to play out. I don't think it's gonna end up shining. I might actually end up just switching it back to what I got going on now, so that the music has any chance of looping. with the vocal version, it might not get a whole lot of time, but I want to see. I want to test it out purely for the sake of testing it out, seeing what it ends up being. Okayone sec. Let me dig it up. Appreciate you, man. Oh, man. It hits hard. It hits hard, fam. He comes crashing down, and our hearts are crushed at the same time. He comes crushing down to Earth. Alright, but that is the 12th playthrough done in Mega Man 04. Next time, we'll be doing the 13th playthrough. We are making tracks. Okay, Lynx, time's up! I'm joking, you can take your time, but I am gonna check if you sent it. Dude, that was fast, what the heck? You did send it, that was super fast, thank you. Let me just get that into gear. Get that into the old double gear system. Info, PC sound, BGM, wave. Wow, you got the whole lineup going on here. I only expected the one file, but you got all the folders in gear here too, which is nice because it helps me find my way. It keeps me from getting lost. It lets me throw down a trail of crumbs so that I don't end up getting lost in that dark world of files. Okay, we got that going on. Let me just sort through this folder, this downloads folder, which has so many clips now from my sound redeems. Easy 93 is staring me in the face in one of these clips, and it's kind of disturbing, but it's also kind of funny. Okay, let me get that into here. I'm gonna have to close the game to do this though, aren't I? Right? I think I might have to. Lynx, do I have to close the game? I do. Okay, yeah, I thought so. That's fine. Before that, gotta get it. Wait, launching? Did I kill the game by accident? Hold on. What did I do something to the game? No, I didn't. Never mind. Let me just kill the game right now. Do all the Steam things. Otherwise, Microsoft throws a fit. Oh, we can't get on Microsoft's bad side. It has a very Microsoft fragile heart. It can't be offended. It's easily offended. It's very sensitive. That's why it's called Microsoft. Okay, browse local files. Browsing all the local files. You might even call them the loco files. The crazy files. Sound, native. Wait, where am I? Sound. BGM, wave. 04, BGM. Okay, 32. Where's 32 in here? Let me disable this one real quick. This fly is bouncing all over the place. Okay. Rename disabled. So I can pick it up later on. Wait. What? Okay, there's already a file with that name in this location? You know what, Lynx? I might have already had that in my folder, just disabled. Now I'm curious. Now I want to see what this other disabled thing is. Is that another one, though? I don't know, though. Oh, the Mythos version? Oh, okay. Wow, okay. I don't know how you knew that, but have you been looking into my files lately, Lynx? Have you been hacking my computer, looking at what I got in here? Okay, no, okay. I'm just gonna drop that in here instead. I don't know when to pick it up because the collection looks for the specific file names. Yeah, I know, but I had 2 of those in here, and one was disabled. I don't know why. I think it's because I had another one. It doesn't matter. Let's just get right into it. We don't have to question all the weird stuff going on here. All right, but thank you, Lynx. I'm gonna check this out. I'm going to indulge myself. The only thing is I don't have a save file on that. Oh, is that up again? Oh, it is. Where'd OBS go? OBS. Did I kill it? No, I didn't. Okay, good. Now, if I did kill it, then I don't know how you guys would be talking to me right now. I know, tons of new Caravan super quick. It's cool. Caravan's always really fun, actually. You're live. Okay, I guess I am. Unofficial 13th playthrough, let's go. Okay, I'm sorry, I can't do this without my normal loadout. Ouch. Look at that, I hit him. What if I can get away with not hitting him? He takes too much time, he's risky. Oh, yo, Chelsea! Chelsea, what's going on? Chelsea, you have a really impressive habit of coming here when the coolest camp with the coolest. Oh, yo! Wait, how did that set in before the raid? you had the comment come in before the raid. Yo, Rich Chelsea, I appreciate it. Yeah, I know, I was just saying, you got here when the coolest cat in the club is also here. Yo, waifu, welcome in. Hey, welcome fam. I'm doing an unofficial, I just finished my 04 playthrough, so I'm kind of just, I'm testing out a file that Link sent me. You know, it's in, you know, something with the mods. Because I got mods going on with this. Also, 99 points. You know what? We don't tolerate that in the Skybane house here. This is not going to take long. And also, Chelsea's here. So, you know, we can drag it out a little more. Yo, Chelsea, how's it going? What were you playing? Or what were you doing over on your channel? Hey, appreciate ya. Good stuff, Chelsea. Oh. Yeah, how you doing today? Is the middle of the week treating you nicely? All the questions up in here. Feel free to answer whichever ones you want to. So hang to your seats, chat, because stage 2 music is going to be Kino! Yes, of course it is! Welcome in, everybody. We're doing a quick run of Z4 intro to check out a music mod. Lynx, I appreciate you all day, every day for being like the MC of the Skybane show here. It's a very impressive skill, and I really appreciate it because sometimes this takes a little more focus, and it takes me away from the chat. But then you're over there, you're doing your thing, representing the vibes that we got going on here, and you do it so well. Yo, for those of you who don't know, for those of you who are new here, yeah, I'm Skybane. I'm a Mega Man streamer. I do a lot of Mega Man. I play a lot of Zero in particular, because Zero's my vibe. I grew up with these games. I love them to death. And I am always 1,000% eager to gush about them. The games I love to death. And, you know, I feel, you know how everyone has to vent their, you know how everyone says they gotta vent their frustrations? That's true, I do that too, but I find an equal need to vent the things I love. And that's kind of what my channel's all about. I love doing, yeah, the games I play, I love them to death. I know, we all up in here with the slow dance, Chelsea. We all up in here with the slow dance. What else do you got going on here? The slow dance. The Nezuko raid. the raid emotes. I know, we all up in here with all those vibes. Those vibes perfectly characterize everything that's going on here. Skybane Chief Boss. Oh, what did I do? The file might have been wrong. Oh, dang it, man. Okay, well, you know what you gotta do now, Lynx. You gotta do the veritable legend strat. You gotta put on your digger pants and do a deep dive through your files and get the right one, for crying out loud. Yeah, well, if you all hear Neej narrating the stage ahead, then we know why. But no, the files don't actually work like that, but that would be funny if they did. But yeah. I know, but yeah, Chelsea, you know, I hope you had a good stream. Hope you're doing well. Hope it's all cool. Yeah, I understand if you're tired from the stream because you know, streaming does that. Or if any of you guys are tired, you know, feel free to dip out and, you know, or you know, or lurk or do whatever you want. I'm cool with whatever. But welcome in. Appreciate you having on board. Okay, did you get that in here, Lynx? Where's Discord? Nope, it's not here yet. It's taking its time. We must give these things proper time. Also, I didn't skip that. Dig in, doing the veritable old digger. Looking through the file names. Yeah, this is... Oh, that fly is getting all up in here. What the heck? Beat it. Just beat it. It's very non-descriptive. Yeah, I imagine, Lynx. Well, you know what I can do, man? I haven't gotten to that stage yet, so what I can genuinely do here is just, save. You know, well, I don't know if I have a save file ready, but I can make a save assist at any rate. And the save assist might be enough. So let's do that. Let's go into this. I'll just change my loadout while I'm waiting. Yeah, we're good. Oi, yo, Hydro, welcome in! How's it going, Hydro? You were catching us right when we finished. I should actually probably put a disclaimer on the layout, actually. I finished my 04 playthrough. It was great. It went well, but it was a lot earlier than I expected. So, but we're now testing a file that's another, like, mod. You know, something with the... 'cause you know how I use music mods for these games. There's another one that I want to test out, and it's Frisia, you know, the vocal version of Esperanto, and Lynx is sending me that song right now to go along with the second intro stage of 04, and see how it sounds. But yeah. Just got up. Ah, dang it, Hydro. Well, there'll be another time. I mean, I legit got, like, I don't know, 86 more runs to do of 04, and all these games for that matter, so. But let me put up a disclaimer for anyone else who's about to come in. Actually, let me just steal this text. Just gonna steal this and rewrite it. Z4 run Hold on. For tonight. Completed. Just chatting now. Or, actually, I should say practicing. I'll say chatting, practicing. I don't know which one I'm gonna do. It's whatever. Is that too big? No, it's too small, actually. Okay. Throw that up over here. And we're all good. Oh, the Mega Mans are disaligned now. Let me get them in order here. That looks good. Now the chat seems a little too... Actually, can I just do this? I can totally just do that. There. Now, look how perfect it looks. It looks so organized now. Don't you love it when things are neat and tidy? And we got files here that we can throw up in here. Oh, now I gotta fix that other file, though. Because that was not, in fact, the one. So give me a hot minute, fam. I have the PS4 version already? Oh, heck yeah. That's cool, too. Let me see. Let me get the stuff going. Okay, that was 32, right? Yeah, that was 32. Kill that. Say goodbye to it now. Throw that in here. Where's Discord? Get that in here. Boom, boom, boom. 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 Okay, so it's 2. I should back up that. Throw that over there. And where's the file? There we go. Okay, now we can do the thing. But we gotta restart the game first. So, real quick like here. Just gonna... Oh, did I make that? No, I didn't yet. I'm gonna make a save assist real quick. Wait, I can't do it yet. Gotta go to serve you first. Real quick here. I was expecting way more mods. I only checked Nexus, so maybe these other places. Oh yeah, Hydro, the Zero mods, the music mods in particular, are mostly on... I downloaded them anyway from the Steam community page. Link should have the link. Link, if you wouldn't mind grabbing that link and posting it in there. And I understand, Hydro, you don't have the Steam version. But, I mean, if you ever do get the Steam version... Because, I mean, the games go on sale a lot, or the collection goes on sale a lot. There might be an opportunity for you in the future. You know, check out the music mods. They're really good stuff. But yeah, that's where you get them. You get them from the Steam page. Or that's where I got them anyway. There we go. That's the one. Yeah, so if you click on that, that's the main mod page for the Legacy Collection on Steam. And there's a lot of stuff there if you deep dive into it. Wait. I didn't have to reset it. Yo, look at that. What? Hold on. Now I gotta pump it up. Yo, I didn't have to reset it. What the heck? That's awesome. Yo, karaoke time, fam. Peak time. Absolutely. We'll see how much I can let it play out with my style. Ooh. Okay, fine, we'll just run over you. Okay. We can let it get one, oh, what do you call it? Stanza? You know, isn't that poems? Is it like a loop? Or, verse? Or is it a verse? I think it's a verse, isn't it? Well, yeah, it's a verse. Okay, excuse me. I need to get my music lingo more in check. Okay, so we got one verse in there. I'm not sure, because, you know, I feel like the music is better. It gets better the more you let it play out, though. But, I mean, you know, one verse is better than nothing. I have to really think about whether I want to keep that, though. Because I really like the instrumentals that go on behind Esperanto. That one's really good. Yeah, I gotta think about it. I gotta really think about whether I want to keep that. Because I really like the instrumentals that go into Esperanto. And it doesn't take as much time to rev up, too. So I think it suits my playstyle more. But, I don't know, I gotta think about it again. That was cool, though. Thank you, Lynx. Love that set. What?! Okay, not enough enemies. That makes sense, though. I missed a few back there. It's always the enemies, man. What's the actual enemy requirements on that stage? Just so I know for the future. Let me dig it up. Because I actually do have a thing. It's in my favorites. Yeah, there it is. What's it called? Area 0? Hold on. Oh, whatever, we'll just scroll. Wait, that's not it. Hold on, I'll find it. I don't have to wait for links to post it. In fact, I replaced the chat with this window right now, so I can't get it even if links did post it. Okay, I found it. 28 enemies. It's always 2, man. I'm always missing it by 2. It's always the 2. Okay. Well, we know for next time. All these things, they serve some use in that they are learning experiences. Okay. Well, now I gotta find something else to do. You know what I want to do, actually? I want to test out, I want to do a little more practice with Weil. Yeah, because there are some really crazy combos you can do with Weil to just take him out ridiculously fast. And I want to get better about those. He's already super, like, he already goes down really fast with the junk armor. But you can take him out super fast with combos. Yeah, like that. Oh, I'm stupid. Oh no, not that. Okay, never mind. I don't want to wait for that. Like I said yesterday, I only played Mega Man 0, 1, and 2, but one thing that I found weird, especially in 1, was the amount of enemies. So he's got it going. No, Lynx, you caught the ending of 0-4. This is the perfect time to go. Take it easy, man. Yo, it's always so... I love having you on board here for the ending, for the finale of 0-4, because that is just... It's so peak, and more people need to see it. Yeah, so it's great stuff. Yo, but hey, man, take it easy. Have a good night. Stay legendary. Hope everything goes well for you within the next few days and whatnot. But, yeah. Have a good one, man. C1, oh, what did you say here, Hydro? C1, you can tell, had an under-budgeted development at times. Yeah, you can. Especially in ones, the amount of enemies you had to beat to get S rank seems really just random, instead of just the enemies that would be in your path. Yeah, Hydro, you were absolutely right about that. I mean, as a 100-point playthrough person, I can absolutely tell you that in 0, 1, and 2, those games especially, I have to are the games I have to do a lot of extra grinding for. Like normally by the time I get to the end of the stage, I got to beat like 11 or 12 extra enemies, and I kind of just got into that as a habit. Like even for stages that didn't require that many. But yeah, 0, 1, and 2 are the worst offenders in that regard. You can't get away with just defeating every enemy in your path, because that's what I normally do, honestly. Like that's what I grew up doing with those games. Like just all 4 of them, and I can tell you, I can tell you assuredly that that works for 0-3 and 0-4 for the most part, but it doesn't work for 0-1 and 0-2 for the most part. There are exceptions, you know. All stages are different. But yeah, there is a notable distinction in the rank requirements there. 0-1 in general, though, is not very well optimized for 100-point playthroughs. I mean, that 3 damage threshold is just ridiculously low. It's not practical in the slightest, because a lot of enemy attacks end up doing over that damage threshold. A lot of enemy attacks also do under that, but, you know, when it comes to I mean, when there are enemies and when there are attacks that do over that with one hit, that's when things are a little imbalanced, in my opinion. But I still do it anyway, just because it's a nice challenge, you know. Yo, Sabata, welcome in. I've played the Zero series, loved them. After I got good enough to not die ASAP. Savannah, that is the de facto Mega Man Zero experience, and I appreciate you for loving them in spite of that, because dude, these games, I feel like they don't get enough appreciation, not by a long shot, but yeah, but no, it's good to have you on board. Are you a big Mega Man Zero fan? I mean, you say you played them, but and you love them, but well, I guess that tells me enough, but you know, like, what are your fondest memories with them? And like, are you a big Mega Man fan in general? I'm primarily a Mega Man streamer, by the way. Like, I love me some Mega Man more than anything else in the world, and I love chatting about it. I love gushing about it because I got a lot of love for it. Because I grew up with these games and just playing them at a really impressionable age. You know, where you can just love something the most. I think. Yo, Lynx, you're not gone yet? But you. Not that I'm pushing you out the door, but okay, you are on your way out. It's cool though. It's just, if you're gonna say things, I want to acknowledge what you're saying, you know? Glad to see a Savata in here. Boktai lives in a way. Yes, Boktai! Good stuff. But yeah, the bomb diffuse phantom level had me tweaking. Oh yeah, I know that the nerves are always on edge, Hydro, whenever you do that stage. Because, dude, the screen crunch is so real in that one in particular. Like, you can't see above you, you can't really see where a lot of the bombs are, and, you know, it's like, yeah, you don't really have any way of knowing how to do that stage on the first run. It's only by trying things and failing that you eventually get a feel for it, and you understand what you're doing in the long run. But yeah, the screen crunch hits hard in that one, where you're just trying to find the bombs and the screen crunch is fighting you and you can't see where you're going, and it gets a little tricky, but once you do master it, it's pretty fun. You know, once you know what you're doing. Play the Battle Network series first. Oh, nice. Didn't know the rest were action platformers. Oh, hey. Yeah, Savata. I think we all had that experience when we got into Mega Man for the first time. Like, we try out one particular game with a series, and then we find out there are other series, there are other, like, offshoot series, and those are somehow not in, you know, that same Mega Man universe that we played. And it gets a little confusing, you know, starting out. But then, you know, eventually we learn what's up, and we end up loving all these series in different ways for what they are. Do you have a Discord, by the way? No. Well, I got Skybait_0 is my personal Discord, but I don't have a Discord group. Yeah, I never really felt, and most of my Discord, you know, I got a lot of contacts on Discord, but most of my you know, goings on there are on a personal level. But yeah, thank you for asking though. I've been thinking about putting one together, but, you know, I don't know. I'm a little guy. I don't know if I'd warrant it. I don't know if it'd be worth it. But yeah, you know, Sabata. The one thing that turned me on to I was going on about how I don't feel enough people play these games and love them. You know what really turned me on to just how few people played the Zero games is when I was if you heard about Mega May, hosted by the 20X Expo channel, you'll know that that was going on all throughout May, just as a love letter to Mega Man and the 40th anniversary and whatnot. I was helping to host that event in shifts while it was going on, and it really opened my eyes to how little Zero support is out there. Because during that event, you know, there were a bunch of people, a bunch of fans, willing to showcase like so many games. I mean, like Mega Man X4 had like a dozen people volunteering to showcase that game for the event, and the Battle Network series also just got a ton of people who wanted to showcase it and do their own thing, and, you know, for the cause, for Mega Man, for all that stuff. So, like, the X series got a whole lot of love. The Battle Network series got a whole lot of love. Classic series, of course, got a whole lot of love. Tons of people willing to showcase it. But you want to know how many people were willing to showcase the Zero games when those games came around? It was 2 people. only 2 people volunteered to showcase the Zero games during that event, and it was a big event. I mean, it was a big 760-hour marathon that a bunch of people were a part of. But yeah, only 2 people volunteered to showcase the Zero games during that event, and I was one of them. I was one of them, and the other person was Flameburger, and he's exclusively a Mega Man Zero 1 speedrunner, so that was the only game he was willing to showcase. But yeah, when I found out that Flameburger was the only person willing to showcase those games at Mega Man, I stepped up and I was like, I hyper focused on them, during that event. But yeah, and that's why I stream these games as much as I do. I'm doing a series, by the way. You'll see me playing Zero a lot on my channel. I do a lot of 100 points playthroughs, and I'm doing a series where I do 100 points playthroughs in each game, just because I feel like I got to get the series out there, and I love playing them. I mean, that's really the biggest underlying factor there, is that I love playing the games. They're a whole lot of fun. They're awesome. And I think I'll be playing them till the day I die. At least if my fingers hold out, if my thumbs hold out, because this game can be kind of rough on the old fingers. Not gonna lie. But yeah. What time is it with you if you've been playing for 3 hours? Oh, I'm Pacific time, so it's 12:26 here, 12:26 a.m. I think I'm on the earlier side of the spectrum as far as time zones go, because I usually start streaming at like 9, and that works for me. That works for my schedule. But it's a little harder, I think, for a lot of my viewers, because I feel like a lot of my viewers are Central Time or Eastern Time for some reason, and that it gets really late there when I stream. So and I always take I take the time to apologize for that. Was it middle of the night? Yeah, it is. But it's like, it's not as bad as it could be. Like, I'm sure for a lot of you, it's like the wee hours of the night, like getting into like the early morning hours, and that's like that's on another level. And I appreciate anyone who's coming in and watching despite that. 9 in the morning. Yeah, Savannah, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah. 9. Well, that's a very distinct time zone then. What time zone is that, Sabata? I'm not familiar with that one. Yeah, let's do some crazy things. Oh, Europe. Okay, European viewers, let's go. Nice. What part of Europe, if I may ask further? And you don't have to clarify if you don't want to. But Europe is such a fascinating place. Yeah, he's down. Oh, Ireland! Yeah, you mentioned that recently, Hydro. That's so cool. Oh, man. Yeah, my father is a... my father is a big Irish nerd. He loves Irish culture. He's part Irish himself, which explains it a bit. But, oh, these stupid guys. Yeah, he's part Irish himself. But he's a big Irish fanatic. He loves just everything about the culture and the history, because they have a really fascinating history. With their oppression and when they were slaves for just like so long. And he loves just like researching that and just being so impressed by the discipline, I guess, or the persistence of those people. Yeah, they have a really rich, fascinating history. And they're always, and we know them primarily nowadays for being really nice, I think. Like, as a culture, they're very polite, they're very nice. And that's, I can say Hydro, that you're a very good representative of that culture in that respect. Like, you're also very nice and respectful. And I think it stacks. It makes sense to me that you're from Ireland. Matches up with all I've heard. I've heard it's just a beautiful place to be, to visit. At the same time, though, I also hear it can be, like, the overcast nature of it, for the most part, can also be a little depressing. Oh, this is free. Okay. This is the free run, fam. Or the free practice run, anyway. Look at how much damage you can get off while these things are going on. This attack just goes on forever. I legit took out half his energy while he was doing that. Yeah, I almost got him with that. Okay, he's down anyway, though. Okay. Keeping the practice going. I really should have switched to junk armor before I activated that save assist. I'm practicing for next time, by the way. Not for anything coming up. Half 8 in the morning. That's wild. Holy mackerel. Yo, guys, thank you for tuning in. Like, even despite the strange hours. It's not so bad for me. I mean, this is kind of where I thrive. The time where I thrive. Because, you know... Oh, not that. Dang it, son. I don't want to wait for that. That attack takes forever. Nope, I shouldn't have just wasted that. Oh, I like that. Really? That did a crap load. Holy Macintosh. Okay. This is why you practice, fam. Because now I know in the future that won't work. It might not stop me from doing it again, though. Because I might be able to do it differently next time. I also gotta practice craft more. Nice. Under. Good. Oh, he's still alive. Let's fix that. You don't need it at all. Oh, I got 2 charges off there? Nice. That never happens. Oh, also this match is free now. Anytime he uses that attack, he seals his fate. Good stuff. If you're over when the sun is shining, Ireland's good, but our summer weather is confined to a weekday of the year. Wow, that's nuts, Hydro. Holy crap. Is it like, so I've been inclined to wonder this about Ireland. Are there like microclimates where the sun shines more than other places? Or is it like, as a whole, it's pretty overcast? Like, if it's overcast in one place, like that's kind of like what the whole of Ireland is like? Because I'm very curious about microclimates in general. I feel like wherever you go in the world, you're always going to find a little patch of climate where things are drastically different, and they don't represent that country or place as a whole. Oh, I almost messed that up. You let me get it off. Oh, I'm getting 2 off. Look at that. Down south is a bit better than Cork. Oh, okay. So it is true, huh? Interesting. Oh, it's free. Hello? Okay, unless that happens, and it did happen. That's cool. Oh, and a double charge shot, let's go! Good, I need practice with this one too. Or never mind. Down south's better than Cork, marginally. Okay, so it doesn't really make that big of a difference then, I guess. How long does it take to drive from one end of the country to another, or to the other end? Because, you know, I'm under the impression it's a smaller country, but I'm not familiar with just how small it is. Like California, for example, it takes like about 8 or 9 hours to drive from north to south, or from south to north. It's a long trip. But California is a big state by comparison. Yeah, I once had a Irish coworker, and I was always intrigued. Like he was based in the States. He was in Washington. And I was always intrigued that he never really wanted to talk a whole lot about his country. I was under the impression he didn't think there was a lot to talk about, and that, you know, it wasn't really that interesting. But I think it really is interesting, honestly. Okay, well, I don't want to sit through that. You know what? We're good with him. Let's practice somewhere else. Which file? Which file? I think it's 1. Yeah. No, actually, that's the wrong one. Yeah, I gotta go through this stage again before I can do the practice with craft. It's fine though. I've come to really feel like it makes more sense to practice with first form craft as opposed to second form craft, because I feel like a lot of his most threatening attacks happen more in the first form or in the first fight than the second fight. For Mallet Head in Donegal, is that how you say Mallet Head? I think so. I know Donegal. To Mizan. Oh, I don't know about that, how you pronounce that one, though. Heading Cork, I think the drive is like 12 hours. Oh, wow, that's a long time. What? That's a lot bigger than I thought it was, dang. Oh, wow. How do you like it there, Haijo? Because I feel like experiences differ. Like, I feel like tourists love Ireland. But locals, maybe not so much, because I've heard from locals that the overcast nature of the country can kind of get to be a little too much for them. And it gets kind of depressing, and they don't like it. Hold on. Gotta turn this volume down. It's too loud. Oh, that's really loud, actually. I did not know how loud that was. It's an 8-hour drive. That's what I thought the first time. Oh, okay. Okay, it's just like California, then. That's kind of crazy, actually. That's the same thing. Dang. It's kind of on par, then. Come on. Yeah, so how do you like it there? I understand that your impressions might not represent the country as a whole, but I think personal stories mean more. I like getting the personal accounts better. And I'm really intrigued by it because, you know, being in California, where you know, it has a reputation. Well, okay, California is really diverse, to be honest with you. Like, depending on where you go, it could either be a desert, a coastal resort, a forest, you know, or I don't know, or a winter wonderland if you're going up into the mountains. Yeah, it's a big state with a lot of diversity in it. So. Okay, here's where I make the save assist after booting up the old junk armor. Alright. Save assist, get that going. Okay, we're good now. Oh, I should have talked to them before I went into the fight. Now I gotta do that every time. Let's, can we respawn that somehow? I know sometimes you can go into the menu, and it respawns a checkpoint. Doesn't happen all the time. I'm not exactly sure what triggers it. Yeah, it's still there. Okay, how do I respawn this. Oh, Hydro, you've played the Legacy collections on PS4. Do you know how you respawn the save assists? Like, do you know how to? I don't know. I think I'm putting too many questions in your direction, actually. Maybe I should cool it a bit. Excuse me if I am. Gotta respawn that checkpoint. Let's just do a thing. Do a few things. Let's fix the layout here. Look at me, I'm pretending to change the layout. Is it working? Oh, look at that, I actually did change the layout. Dash is L. Toss R? Wait, what did I... X. Dash. Subweapon. No, subweapon is R. Toss is triangle. I don't feel like it's triangle, but okay. We did it, we respawned it. Good stuff. Okay, practice time. Oh, I was not prepared for that in the slightest, okay. Yeah. That was bad, though. I also went in with a charged saber. I don't usually do that. I like to reserve my saber for the combos. Ah, frickin' really. That's the hardest attack in the game to dodge, I swear to God. It's so tight with the dash. So tight, man. We did it. He's down. Good stuff. We're doing it. Oh, yo! Depends where you go, honestly. I do love my country, especially when you see good things happen, like the oh, I'm sorry, man. I won't be able to pronounce these words right. And my good father would my good father would hit me upside the head for not pronouncing them right, because he absolutely would know this stuff. But excuse me for not being able to. But yeah, like lead traditional music festival in the middle of the city center in Belfast this summer. Flaciol. Okay, gotcha. Thank you. Middle of the city center in Belfast this summer. It was just fantastic to see the community come together, or when thousands came together to counter protest a bunch of racist attacks that happened this summer. Oh, dang. That's nuts, man. Holy crap. Yeah, I can only imagine, man. Like, I have a good friend, actually, who, she and her sisters, they have an Irish dance sort of thing going on. Because, you know, they're Irish in blood as well. And not pure, I mean, Irish American. But, yeah, the parents brought them up in Irish dancing, and to this day, you know, they are just phenomenal Irish dancers. So I know what that's like, you know, in a way. But yeah, they just put on just these phenomenal performances, you know, for like festivals and stuff and fairs and whatnot, and they just do it so well, and it's so charming and like whimsical and you know, so full of yeah, just grace and elegance. I love watching this stuff. I think it's great. So I see what you mean. I see what you mean with how cool it is to watch. But I also hear like you know, like they have some really neat stuff going on with like the St. Patrick's Day celebrations are also really cool to watch. In like all the cultural finesse comes out in its full glory in that setting, and you know, that's also really cool as well. Yeah, just a lot of culture going on there, and I really appreciate that. You know, California has a lot of culture going on too, because it has a lot of diversity in it. You know, with particularly with the Mexican community, but also like, I mean, there's a thriving Asian community in certain places, and they put on really cool shows. I remember being in San Francisco a long time ago, like a good 10 years ago, and being present for the Cherry Blossom Festival there. That was a great spectacle as well. A great time, because I mean, you know, there were a lot of locals in that area who were, you know, refugees from the war, and who, you know, like a big Japanese population who were refugees from the war, and they settled there and they made a home for themselves, and to this day they put on just phenomenal Cherry Blossom festivals. But yeah, that's yeah, there's a lot of stuff that goes on with the cultures here, because it is just such a diverse place. California gets bashed a lot for like being overly, you know, overly liberal and whatnot, and there is a you know, an argument to be made for that, I guess. But you know, there's a lot of beauty that comes out of the diversity from that may or may not be inherent to that political bend. But I don't know. I guess that's a deeper conversation maybe for another time and place. But yeah, I think it's cool. I would really love to go to Ireland someday and just like take in the sights, because I hear so many people boasting about, you know, just how nice it is, and particularly the people. Like, I hear it just has the loveliest people. I remember my parents back in the day talking about like they went there for their honeymoon, like in addition to a number of places in Europe, and you know, Ireland was one of the best highlights of their trips. You know, like in all of Europe, Ireland was like the highlight of their trip there, and mostly for the people. Like, the people were primarily what it was about, like just how lovely they were and how polite they were, and the fact they were an English-speaking country as well also really helped things. But yeah, and then the festivals too. I think those are also just so cool to witness. And this is mainly speaking for someone, I guess, who doesn't know any better, you know. But yeah, I think I would enjoy it. I think I would. We'll say I'm from the north, and it's a very different vibe to the Republic. Oh, really? Interesting. Oh, okay. So, what do you mean by the Republic? I'm not familiar with that exactly. If you're from the north, though, then I can only imagine it must get really cold there, where you are. Like, do you have snow there actually? I don't know. I've often associated Ireland with just having a ton of rain, but I'm not quite sure what happens with snow there. I know just recently, I was recently in Washington State, which I've often heard, it's more foresty there. Maybe not so much of an Ireland climate, but it gets a lot of rain there, and it has gotten a ton of rain for just eons. And the locals would joke to me that, I had a coworker back then that said to me he was joking to me that if Washington were in the business of exporting its rain clouds, it would make a fortune off selling them to California, which is in a drought. Because that's like the weirdest thing in the world, man. Like, the weirdest thing in the world that only 2 states above us, we have these states that are just like drowning in rain, whereas, you know, us, you know, are in this drought. You know, it's so wild to behold when you think about it. The Republic is the most of the island, but the North is still technically part of the UK. Oh, okay. Dang, you must have a lot of wild accents up there then, huh? A lot of like pseudo-Irish, pseudo-European accent, or, you know, pseudo-English accents, like a part of the UK. It must get kind of difficult to understand each other, or maybe you're used to it because you are from those parts. Oh, the double hit. Yes, I missed that though. Okay, that's a loss. You have no idea. It's mostly mixed with Scotland. Yeah, Hydro. I was gonna mention Scotland too, but I wasn't as confident with my idea of where the European where the European map is like aligned and whatnot. But I thought that was like right on the border of Scotland. But yeah, dude, I can only imagine like getting into the Scotland accents and whatnot. I struggle to really understand how even the Scots understand each other. Because I know for a fact that I can't understand them. You know, it's like man, it's a whole other language in most respects. I will ask you, Hydro, can you do you think that the locals around you can pronounce purple burglar alarm? That's like it's a meme that stemmed from that one Scottish streamer, Vinny, I think is his name. I think it's Vinny. You probably know him because, you know, that's your culture more or less. Oh, dang it. It's fine, that's 6 points. It could technically tank that. Okay, good. Oh, you literally see Scotland from parts of the shore, like, really? Wow, that's cool. Yo, nice. Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, man, you got a lot of culture going on there if you're, like, right on the... Oh, like, right there. Also, that hit is gonna kill me every single time. Okay, that was the revenge pull. Yeah, but it must also be a little confusing. I would imagine, anyway. Yeah, let me tell you, man, my good father would get a kick out of you. You could probably talk with him for. You know, I'm half tempted to just bring him into the stream here and talk with you about. But no, he's probably asleep by now. But yeah, he is an Ireland. He is an Irish fanatic. And he is so immersed in the history and the culture, and yeah, he could go on and on about that stuff. Ooh, look at that jump. Hello? Funny you should say there's a lot of overlap in the Ulster dialect of Irish and Scottish Gaelic. I speak a good bit of Ulster Irish, and I always see posts online in Scots, and I find I can read bits of it. Interesting! Oh wow, that is so cool. Yo, Hydro, how much of Ireland has preserved the Irish dialect, actually? Or I guess there are a number of Irish dialects, but like, so I mean, because there are different Irish dialects, I'm hesitant to like you know, categorize it as a whole. But if I may dare categorize it as a whole, how much of the country has preserved the Irish language? Like, how many speak it? Because I mostly know it's like from the stories my parents tell, as a English-speaking country for the most part. But I feel like there are. I think I recall my father telling me that there are certain parts that preserve the language to great effect, and it's like making a sort of a comeback. There's only a few places that still have native speakers. It's like 2% of the population. Oh, 2% is still something, though. That's still something, though. Okay, I thought it would be like a negligible, like a 0 point something percentage. No, that says something, though. I mean, granted, it is a relatively small country, but you know, there are a lot of people in it, and 2% of that population is still a decent number when you think about it. Like, how many people? Hold on, I want to look up the Irish population so I can get a better perspective of this real quick. That's fascinating. That's utterly fascinating to me. Irish population numbers. Yeah, man, we're looking at 5 million. I mean, what's 2% of 5 million? that's easily in the thousands, you know? And if it's easily in the thousands, I mean, that's a large number of people that have still. Okay, that's 6 million people. Yeah, I mean, dude, 2% of that population is still like thousands of people who are speaking that language. I think that's impressive. I think that's legit impressive. I mean, when you got thousands of people behind it, like, that's a good portion that can pass it on to future generations. And then, you know, hopefully it makes a comeback. Because, dude, I really hope it does make a comeback someday. It gives me a lot of hope for the future. Because, dude, like, the Irish, the Irish culture is so cool. They had a really neat thing going for themselves before the English set in and just ruined everything. Like, when the English set in and just subjected or enslaved the whole population, that's when everything went downhill and they were forced to lose a lot of that culture. In absolute tragedy. In absolute tragedy. And I wish but it's really cool to me that they did persevere, and like, there is a subset of the populace that preserved that kept the language in spite of it all. Like, that really speaks to me of just how persevering they were and just how much they really did love their culture. You know, I mean, they had to abandon a lot of it by force, granted, but yeah, no, that gives me a lot of hope. Honestly, I think it's really cool. I really do. There's big resurgence in learners as a language, myself being one of them. I can tell that, Hydro. Yo, dude, shout outs to you, man. Like, absolute shout outs. I kick myself all the time, man, for not, like, speaking more of the languages inherent to my cultures. You know, like, I mean, my father may be a big Irish speaker, but I've never really felt inclined to go, to learn a lot of the language myself. And the same thing goes for Spanish, you know? Like, I'm technically 50% Mexican. And I love how Mexican Spanish sounds. I think it's a beautiful language to hear because it's like it's a very distinct tone. You know, Spanish obviously has a ton of different dialects. But I really love the Mexican Spanish in particular because it's very sing-songy. It's very like joyous and whimsical, and I kind of lament that I don't have the drive to pursue that language and like do my ancestors proud and all that kind of thing. But for what it's worth, I still do really appreciate that culture, and to this day, you know, at the very least, I think I'm able to maintain the Mexican passion. Mexicans are known for being very enthusiastic and passionate and all that kind of thing. And I think I think I'm preserving that culture at the very least, or hopefully anyway. But yeah, no, that's so cool, man. Like that you are a part of the 2% that does feel the need to preserve that language for future generations. I think it's just the neatest thing in the world. What is it, if I may ask, like, what is it about it? Like, what's your drive to preserve that language and to like practice it and whatnot? Like, even despite your being in the vast minority, like, is it just like what I'm saying about wanting to be in touch with your identity and like via the culture and whatnot? So I would totally get that. Oh, you wish. Good stuff. Hey, we're getting good practice with this guy too. I want to dodge more lasers though, not gonna lie. No, okay, no, that's not a laser, that's gonna be dodged. This is not a laser. Yes. Yes. Dude, the only way I'm able to dodge that laser is if I lock in completely. There's no other way. Dang it. Well, keep it going. Might use another. That's too far to the wall. Can't have that.
手短に済ませよう。
手短に済ませよう。Whoa. Oh, I'm stupid. Dang it, you gotta be really on the ball for that. Just think it's important to keep it from going away. Like, I know other people are doing the same thing, but I personally can't add to it. Yeah, absolutely, Joe. No, absolutely. I mean, you know, there's strength in numbers, and you're adding to those numbers, and that's important. The worst thing in the world is to lose a culture, and, lose a language. The worst thing in the world is to lose a culture and lose a language. I mean, honestly, they're very tied together. As soon as you lose a language, you lose a whole slew of extremely unique ideas that go along with that language. There are certain words in Irish that I dare say, and I don't know enough about it to say for sure, but I think I can say with certainty anyway, that there are words in the Irish in the Irish language that are with connotations that are totally distinct to that language, to those words, you know? And no other English word can replicate those very subtle connotations attached to those words, you know? That's what languages are. Languages have a unique power to convey a certain subset of feelings and the subtlest like emotions attached to those feelings. Like, you know, I could use the word gargantuan as an example. Gargantuan denotes a sense of hugeness. I could also say very huge. But the word very huge does not denote the same form of, you know, grandiose nature as gargantuan. You know, they're very different words with that denote a different feeling. It's hard to pin down exactly what that feeling is, but there is a difference. there is a very distinct difference. Saying very huge, it does not denote how large gargantuan sounds. Like, gargantuan just sounds larger, and it just by that fact alone, it conveys a sense of hugeness, or a better sense of hugeness than the very huge conveys. It's like that with so many words in so many different languages. It's a very phonetically consistent language. Oh, once you know the pronunciation rules for all the letters, you will know how it's meant to be said. I love phonetically consistent language. I feel they lend themselves best to music. Triforce, you're absolutely on the nose, and that's another reason I think why you should become a rapper. maybe rapping isn't necessarily music, but I don't know. I think it is. Yo, the Triforce rap arc continues. No, but that is so cool, Hydro. I think that's awesome. I've never heard, even from my good father, I've never heard Irish explained that way before. No, Triforce doesn't write songs, but he has. There's a running joke that I kind of started. Like, he has pulled some rap lyrics out of his pocket as a joke before, and I've thought it's quite impressive. But it's just no, that's primarily a joke. I don't think he writes music, but I think he could. Because he can pull those rap lyrics out of his pocket, just like totally randomly. Spanish, Italian, Japanese, good to know. Gaelic is part of them. Yeah, apparently so, Triforce. I never knew this before, and it's so fascinating to me. Like, even from my good father, I never really heard that Irish is a phonetically consistent language, and that once you do know the rules, it's pretty consistent, and you kind of know how it works. Like, dude, I mean, how many languages are like that? I dare say not many at all. And when you can find one, it's like the biggest deal in the world, everyone talks about English and how that language makes no sense whatsoever. That said, though, I will say, like, as chaotic as English is, English allows for a very large range of expression. Because it's so chaotic, because it's so chaotic, it's like you have a lot of range of expression. And that I think is where the appeal is. It's a different range of expression from other languages. You can't say everything you want to in other languages. So it hits a little different. It's kind of a trade-off thing, but it's still, I think it still stands as an appeal. But, it's getting a little less like that, I think, in recent years. Like, we're losing a lot of the language as we go on. And as things like social media develop, like a lot of like shorthand, language is developing, and it's kind of overriding the more like, there's a word I want to use. I guess, I don't want to say flamboyant. Flourishing. Yeah, flourish is the word I want to use. It's kind of overriding the more flourished words, like the more the better sounding words that had deeper connotations, but which are harder to pronounce, which are harder to spell. You know how it works like that. Like, over the years, you find that with the advent of social media, especially, is I think what mainly brought it on. With the advent of social media, it brought a lot of shorthand speech, which effectively, I guess dissuaded people from using words which sounded a lot better but were harder to spell. Like the word gargantuan, you will not see a lot of people using in shorthand speech because it's a long word and it's harder to spell. So normally they'll use very huge. And what happens when you do that, I think that gradually decreases the use of that word, and that's what eventually causes the death of words like that. I think that's happened. Flowery is another good word. Yes, Triforce, that's another really good word. Yeah, just a lot more rich words, a lot, words which sound better, which denote a set of connotations, which I think are, allow us to express our feelings better, like with all the weird, like subtle connotations that they denote. Yeah, it's with the advent of social media and shorthand speech, specifically like Twitter and TikTok, that whole thing, I think we're reaching a point where we are not being as encouraged to use longer form words. And so it's not, so it's kind of like effectively, speech is kind of like dying in a way, like words are kind of dying in a way. But yeah. We should date. Perhaps I should. Yeah, maybe you should, Triforce. I mean, I think you got an argument, man. Yeah, it's great. Anytime I read a new word, I'm usually right for how I say it in my head. Dialect differences aside. Yeah, I know. Shout outs, hi, Joe. That's how it should be. I mean, I think there's something really powerful about that. That's why, like the works of Shakespeare, usually, like when you go into those works, you'll find so many words that are just not used anymore. And I feel like that came as just a natural result of people being lazy with speech, being lazy with writing, and not wanting to really commit any space in their brain for those more flowery words. And also because I think over time too, like the culture gets a little less flowery, it gets a little less romantic over time, especially with the advent of the industrial age. I mean, now we're going a little further back, like separating ourselves from like social media and the reason like that's causing the killing off of words. But it happened before that. Like it started a long time before. And really, I think it's just a natural progression of language in any culture. But time, like the events in history, I think also impact language as well. I mean, like I think the industrial age in America kind of like promoted more of a shorthand speech as well, and people got lazier with using more flowery words, and altogether the culture just got a little less romantic, a little less like, and I'm not using romantic in like the lovey-dovey sense. I'm using romantic in like the more abstract, sort of like whimsical, sort of charming sense. There was one philosopher who had a really good definition for the word romance. He defined romance as just the love of life. And I thought that was a really good way of putting it, a really good spin on it. But we lost a lot of that romance. We lost a lot of that love of life and appreciation for life, I think, when the industrial age came along, and especially like the war as well. That also kind of like made things a little worse. But then I think people got a little more skeptical. They got a little more like what do you call it? Like dark and not as cheery. A little more like there's a word on the tip of my tongue. It's not skeptical. Jaded is a good term, I think, for one thing. Oh, we're getting philosophical up in here. Yep, Kilowatt, you know the vibes. You know how things go here. It started with 04 practice, and now it's now it's philosophical, historical, cultural appreciation hour. But I love talk like this. I really do, and I appreciate when I can find people willing to get up in here with that kind of talk. That, and you have people self-censoring themselves in order to make essentially pocket change on YouTube. Yeah, that too. I mean, you have people self-censoring themselves in general. I mean, with the advent of different cultures coming together. And I think, well, especially when the war came along, like, World War I, World War II, people got a whole lot more sensitive. And after those ages passed, and then they became a lot more self-conscious, honestly, about what they were saying. And they felt, and then came along this culture, I think, when we felt the need to be really diverse. And, then we kind of like shunned our Shakespearean roots, in favor of like a more like accepting kind of trend, which also has an appeal of its own right. That's also extremely important, and I don't want to undermine that at all. But it's like I'm always saying. I mean, all these things come at a trade-off. And there are some things that we lose for the better, and other things we lose for the worse. It's always like that in every age. But yeah, I think it's very important to have people who can preserve, those cultures which we're more inclined than not to just forget about. I mean, as hard as Shakespeare is to understand, I think his words leave quite an impression, and they denote a very they denote a set of connotations that you will not find anywhere else. And in that respect, I think they deserve to be preserved, even if we can't understand them, even if we don't. Our time is distinct from there. But yeah. Or Pollyanna, yeah, absolutely. You mean it's less like an old novel? Yeah, such as Little House on the Prairie or Anna Green Gables. Yeah, that's what I mean. Triforce. You read Anna Green Gables, And I love that. I love those. I love that story. That whole story. There's so many. I see. I love the the dichotomy between this extremely romantic character and this extremely like down to earth sort of like no nonsense character that is Marilla. You know, I think they make a good duo, which allows us to really like see what we need to achieve in life, because they're kind of like two opposites that end up attracting, and they end up balancing each other out. And I think it's a really great story for relationships in general. I think it's a really great story for relationships in general. But there is a lot of romance, like a lot of romance implied in all the themes of that story. And dude, like half the stuff that comes out of Anne's mouth is just like the most enlightening stuff ever. Like, dude, I love what she says about just everything. Like she brings a lot of extremely enlightening perspectives to light, and I think it's great. Basically got carried into Japanese literature and anime. It did, Triforce. Yeah, that is as much a part of Japanese culture as it is Western culture now. No, the Japanese love their Anne of Green Gables. They did a phenomenal anime adaptation. Canadian. Here I am on the verge of saying American. Yeah, no, Canadian culture. Yeah, you would know, Triforce. You are Canadian. That is your home turf. You would know that, yeah. But it is. I'm sorry. I'm. I don't want to be like that. It is a Canadian story, but I corrected myself. I corrected myself midway there and said it was a Western story, and that's Canadian enough, right? Though that's from the exact opposite end of the country, though. Well, okay, I'm stupid then. Never mind then, I'm just stupid. But yeah, no, dude, I love the I don't think I've read any of the books. Oh, Hydro, you should make it a point to read them. They're great. They give you a whole perspective on life that you may not have thought about before, and they all come from the perspective of a 12-year-old child, and that's like the best way to have perspectives like that, given to you, I think. It's like you can take them seriously just enough to like in the vein of like what a kid says, and not seriously, because like a lot of the stuff that Anne says is pretty pie in the sky, and like Marilla calls her out on that. A lot of the adults call her out on that, and in certain places they're right to call her out on that. Like it is pretty much a romantic child speaking in a lot of places, but not entirely. Like it's usually it's a mix of both nonsense and truth. And I love that too. I love that dichotomy, because usually, like, I feel like the deepest truths in life are paradoxes. I think there's a real science to paradox, and only a few people have really like explored it. Which makes sense, because paradox is inherently like a paradoxical subject, but it's there's a real place for it, I think, in discussion. But yeah. But yeah, the anime adaptation, like the 52 episode anime adaptation of Anne of Green Gables, is absolutely peak. It is. I'm inclined to call it one of my favorite shows of all time, because it adapts the book so well, and it had time to adapt the book so well, because it is a 52 episode story. Although it's only the first book, or the first novel. Well, and I'm talking about the I think the 1980 the 80s adaptation of it, like it's the really old one, not the modern one that came out a few years ago. But yeah, it's really good. Kind of like Calvin and Hobbes. Kind of, Triforce. Kind of like that. You're right. You're right. Not altogether wrong. Yeah. It's true. If you read or watch the anime, Anne of Green Gables, Anne Shirley is a character who seems to have an ever cheery attitude and is interested in every little thing. Yeah, and I love that. I love how she has all these super cool insights on life. Like, when Marilla calls her out on wearing, calling her silly for wearing flowers on her hat, like she immediately recognizes the irony of all these other people, these adults around her having flowers on their on their clothes, like embroidered on their clothes and whatnot. And like there's kind of an irony there, and also like how she thinks of like different names. She thinks of her own names for the things around her, like the what was it, the Avenue? She rebrands that, the the light way to life or something. And like the lake she calls the lake of what does she call it again? Oh, I can't remember off the top of my head, but she thinks of all these really cool, like, enlightening romantic names for things. And what I love about that is that it draws out the true nature of that thing. Like, she sees that this gorgeous area, with flowers blooming in full splendor, and just like cherry trees, and the sky as clear as anything. It's just the most beautiful area ever. She feels and she sees the problem with just calling that place the Avenue. That name, the Avenue, does not draw out. It does not characterize the full beauty of that area, of that place. And so she feels the need to call it the light way to light, because she feels it captures the identity of that place better. She feels it captures the nature of that place, more accurately. And I love that. Like, I love the idea, I just love the idea of calling things what we feel they truly are, and calling things what we feel like, their identities are more about, because like names mean a lot. Names can really denote what a thing is, I think. And I think Tolkien really understood that. Tolkien, who wrote Lord of the Rings, he had a fascination for language. He was actually an English professor, but he wrote the Elvish language in Lord of the Rings. Like, primarily, he wrote it just because it sounded good. Like, he didn't have any inherent meaning attached to the words that he wrote for the Elvish language. He just wrote it because it sounded good. And I think we could do with more of that. And I think we could. There's a place to come up with special sounding words that capture the true essence of things in their glory. Because, dude, like, there's so much, man. I go outside and I see the sky shining above me, and it's so nice, it's so beautiful, and it's like there are times when I feel that these things above me, either shining in full splendor, should have names that are longer than one syllable. Like, longer. Sky and sun are the words we attach to them, but I feel like they denote something which is greater than the sky or the sun. I feel like we should call them something better, kind of like what the Greeks did. Like the Greeks, like they kind of they had something going for them by attaching like full deities to those things, like attaching a full deity to the sun. And I think there's I think they did that because they saw a deity in it. Like, they saw it as beautiful enough to encompass a deity, I think that's kind of like at the spirit of Anne of Green Gables, and at the spirit of all these stories which attempt to capture the full brilliance of things in ordinary life. Because normally, I feel like the things in ordinary life are honestly like the greatest things of all time. And we're just too used to them. Like, we're just so used to them that we can't see the full beauty in them. That kind of thing. We're getting really deep tonight, aren't we? I'm sorry if I'm coming off a little too real here, but I love discussions like this, even if I'm mostly talking to myself. So I think what's interesting about Anne of Green Gables adaptations is that the 1985 live action CBC miniseries is considered the definitive version of the story. Oh, which one's that? Oh, is that I think I know that. Is that the one with... Oh, who's the main actress there? It might have been the one that I watched growing up, actually. Kate Higgins? I think Kate Higgins was her name. Is that the one with Kate Higgins? Or is it an earlier one? I think that was the one. Yeah. At least of the first book. Megan Follows. Oh, excuse me. No. Yeah. Hold on. Let me look that up real quick. Even if I'm talking to myself, sometimes you got to consult the real ones, man. Yeah, I know. I mean, a lot of times I'm talking just to work it all out for myself, because a lot of them, I come to an understanding of things by vocalizing those things, or by attempting to vocalize them. The attempt of expressing things is how you come to learn what you're talking about. Like, you don't really understand what you're talking about unless you try to characterize it. And, you know, sometimes, a lot of times you come short, but it's worth it. It's worth it. It really is. Let me look that up. Oh, yeah, that's the one. Oh, Triforce, I grew up with that one. I grew up with that one. You know what was so magical about that series for me growing up? I was exposed to that at an age where I wasn't thinking of the actors as actors. I was totally immersed in their roles, and you know, like, in their roles. Like, I was not thinking of those characters as you know, as the actors at all, to the point where, you know, years later, when I got to, like, revisiting that series again with other people, and I got to talking with them, and then someone brings up, oh wow, those actors did a great job, and that threw me for a loop for a moment. It really did throw me for a loop for a moment, because, you know what, I was so immersed in those characters growing up that I never thought of them as actors. So the very concept of their being actors, you know, like, in mentioning, like, talking about them as actors, really was, like, it was nuts to me. It really threw my word for a loop, because I didn't grow up thinking of them like that at all. But I think we all kind of, like, had a period like that, where, you know, where we were growing up, and we didn't think of these roles as being actors' roles. We just thought them as being characters. And when they did something that seemed a little off, we attributed those actions to the characters themselves and not the actors. You know, and I think we could do with a lot more of that, honestly. Like, I think we could do with a lot more of attributing more of the weirdness to more of the things that appear off to the characters themselves, and, like, trusting that the actor knows what they're doing enough to like, put themselves in those characters' shoes, and portray them in a way that that excuses the character, you know, and, like, not you know, thinking of those actions, and, like, working it through, like, being like, what was it about the character that made that action off? You know, not understanding yet that they're actors. Yeah, that's what it's all about, man. I think that was a really magical time period, because it really encouraged me to think, like, in the vein of, like, well, what was it about those characters? What was it about their background or their experiences that influenced them to act in that off way? You know? I think we could do with a lot more of that, and it's difficult now. Like, you know, when you become an adult, you're just inherently more jaded, and you've seen a lot of movies, and you've seen a lot of bad actors, and you know, like, what's a bad film from, like, what's a good film. So again, you know, that all those dynamics can't come into play and make it a little difficult. But for what it's worth, I do miss those old days where I did, like, take the actors, or take the characters as they were characters, and not as they were actors, you know. It was a really special time. But yeah, that Anna Green Gables 1985 adaptation of the first book, that was a good one. It really was. It really was a good job. The later ones kind of lost me. Like, there were other films, there were other sequels made in that series later on, and they did not adapt the books at all. Like, they did not adapt the later books in any way, shape, or form. They're so loosely based that they're not even the same thing anymore. But the first one was great. The first one, based on the first book, did a great job, and the actors were just phenomenal with their roles. But yeah, did you grow up with that, by the way, Triforce? Because, I mean, you're Canadian. You're probably that's probably all part and parcel to your background. Oh, you didn't? No way. Oh, okay. I guess it came later in life then. But yeah, that was great at the time to be introduced to that from a young age. And also a very wholesome story too. Like, I think that's the exact kind of story that I would introduce to my kids, if I had any. Because it is very wholesome. It's a very good coming of age story. That gets into a lot of really real dynamics, and addresses them in a very real way. And the characters are just so true to life. Oh, never exposed to it? Okay, gotcha. When did you get exposed to it then, Triforce? But yeah, no, it's good stuff. I'm glad to hear I'm glad to hear an agreement that they were kind of a good adaptation. Grew up with the John Steinbeck novels. Oh, which ones were those? Let me look them up real quick. I've read a lot of books in my time. Oh, what did he write? I'm not sure I recognize. Hold on, I'm going through his stuff here. See if I recognize anything. Can I get a checklist instead of a weird document? Instead of a weird Wikipedia article, which puts it all in one single paragraph, kind of helter skelter. Mice and Men and Grapes of Wrath. Oh, I do know. Okay, I haven't read those, but yeah, those are quite. Yeah, no, I know that by name, Hydro. I have not had the pleasure of exploring that myself, but let me look it up. Oh, hey, I can look it up though. Mice and Men. Oh, 37. Okay. Oh, that was that was Depression era. Dude, so many great books came out of that era. It was a time which really left a lot to be written about, you know, a lot of dynamics which were just unprecedented at the time. Yeah. Was he an English writer? Oh, California writer. Interesting. Huh. Oh, he was a farmer. Wow. Oh yeah. This is the kind of guy who would be able to write. I'm just reading his bio real quick. Oh, Mice and Men in high school. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, this is not one of the books I read in high school. Yeah, a lot of the books that I feel like it was just not in the program by some like weird happenstance. They probably just prioritized another book, just you know, just because how he did things. Oh no way! Oh dude, this guy is all up in my stomping grounds. Yo, native Californian? Holy crap! I know a lot of these places. That's kind of cool. Yo, nice. Actually had the ending spoiled for me by the big character's death was written on the side by someone. Ah, dang it, man. Oh, that stinks. But also shout outs for continuing with it, like, even despite that. I know that could have probably spoiled it for you, but it didn't spoil it for you, so shout outs for that. Or, I mean, it did spoil it for you, but it didn't, like, prevent you from going into it and still reading it. That's awesome. Yeah, that's awesome. Oh boy. Maybe someday I should just do a book reading stream where I just go into all the themes. I mean, for what it's worth, I can go into a lot of the themes of Mega Man Zero, and I have done that a lot on other occasions. Now I'm just getting full on distracted by everything. But this might be a good place to wrap up anyway. I've been talking a lot. My voice is getting a little worn down now. But yeah. Guys, this has been a blast. Holy crap. Thanks for chatting up a storm. Holy crap. Super fun. And thanks for bearing with me through all this abstract and obscure chatter. But you know, that's how we do things on the old Skybane show. Oh, Blue Blaze is still streaming. I could he's been streaming for a long time, actually, hasn't he? Oh, just 3 hours. Okay. Blue Blaze came into my chat just recently, and I want to return the favor. Resident Yappers, heck yeah, man. That's what it's like here. Or even better, you narrate your whole stream like Anne and Shirley. Oh, dude, I could. That would be funny. But I feel like if I started doing that, you wouldn't believe it was me because, and you would have the perfect right because it wouldn't be me. I legit can't do that. And if I was able to do it, or no, it's B, excuse me. And B, if I was able to do it, everyone would think it was AI. So, yeah, maybe not. All right. Some night spoilers are fine. Was a lesson I learned from that. I still enjoy the book. Like, yeah, I know. Sometimes it can be okay. Like, I found that occasionally, I'll find out about a spoiler and I'll just go through the work anyway, and that spoiler will give me perspective. Like, it'll give me like a retrospective sort of like point of view, like as I'm going through the story, and that kind of allows me to like process the actions of the characters better, like because I know what direction they're going in. Like I know the end direction of that, so it kind of allows me to understand them better and like process them better. But yeah, I think we're about done here. So let me put in the raid command for Blue Blaze GX, who popped into our Legends 2 stream the other day. And we were mostly talking about mics and stuff, but you know, he's a big Legends fan too, from what I've been led to assume. And I wanna raid him to return the favor for dropping by my old corner of the web the other day. And you know, sharing the Legends love. That's what it's all about. Okay, there we go. And he's playing, what is he playing? Tony Hawk's Underground 2, which looks like a fun time. So, guys, oh wait, hold on. I wonder how the Maverick sees his place in this battleground. How does he see his gun? does he see it as a weapon, as a means to an end, a tool we probably never know, in the bits flowing through his cranial mainframe? I might be able to talk about that on other occasions, but maybe not tonight. Okay, yo, GG's. Thank you, Killua. I know it's yeah, GG's. We're done here. Folks, thanks again for tuning in. Always a pleasure. I will see you around the block with something tomorrow. I don't really know what I'm doing tomorrow, to be honest with you, because I kind of want to do something else, but we'll see. I'll think it out. But until then, guys, take it easy, have a good one, and as always, legends never die. All right, see ya, fam. Have a good one. Goodbye.